Morning folks. Time on a tradition, I'm still setting up, but saw this was about to land, so I thought might as well go now as in a few minutes time. Might as well open to camera folks. Best I can. Tower in the background. Let's take me out a little bit. Plenty of new angles. Anyway, good morning one and all. Let's just do this in the right order. Oh dearie me. So, welcome to Dusseldorf, car park 7. If you ever go in the spotters guide, spotters airport guide, this is car park 7. Quite a few spotters here at the minute. Promising day in view. Weather's only going to get better. Bit blowy up here, blowier than I thought. We'll cover the weather in a bit, but hey ho. On air till 1 o'clock. Is it 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock? Oh, I've already got myself confused. 2 o'clock UK time, 3 o'clock local time. I think that's right. We'll tidy that up in a minute. Honestly, I didn't get to my hotel till gone 10 last night, so there we go. Anyway, plenty of action, 143 in total. That breaks down as 73 arrivals and 70 departures. Most notable, or I had a quick scooch through over breakfast, the Condor 757-300 has a special livery that goes at around 1 o'clock. Or comes in around 1 o'clock, so we'll have to keep a track on that. We've got the Emirates 380, I believe that's in at 1:15 or thereabouts, and a Qatari Dreamliner around 5 to 2. So there's others besides. I think there's quite a few striped Condors on the roster, but one thing at a time. Departures, we've got the Turkish A330 around 10:40, Sky Alps DH-8-10, check me out, 11:58. We've got a Condor A330 at 12:35, and quite an interesting livery this, a Tailwind 737 at 13:03. I'll do the layout of the airport in a moment, but let's do chat first, shall we? Because I can see there's oodles of you there. Oops. And I've done the thing I always seem to do, where I've swiped too vigorously. Where's the chat gone, I ask myself. Just bear with me. Operator incompetence. Okay. Got you back. Too much swiping, so let's get to the top of the card. Alexandra Wood, first in the house. Alexandra, I hope you are well. Enjoyed yourself at the recharge. I think we're called our show. Let's get it right. I told you I'm tired today, so you're going to have to keep a watch on me. Ken Alloway, the legend, is in the house. How are you, Ken? Hope all is good up in Alloway and your visitors are having a great time. Let's have a look. Who else? I can't see anyone else. Although I see Alexandra's talking to YT Tris Gamer. So hi YT Tris Gamer. I've got my chat seemingly set to top messages, so there's a risk I've missed a couple. Clearly I have, because I can see Paul Usher being acknowledged as well. Oh dear. Well, listen, one crazy thing at a time. Alibi 58, good morning to you, sir. Pot of tea on the go. Exactly right. I'll tell you this very quickly. Hotel, could I find breakfast tea? In the end, they had every tea from every part of everywhere, but good old breakfast tea could I not find. So Earl Grey won the day there. Rainer, weather is good in Germany, isn't it? Forecast today we'll come to, but yeah, I am thinking of emigrating. How are you, buddy? Okay, Miss Landia, hello my friend, I hope you are keeping well. Welcome back. Rainer's watching the 24-hour race at the Nürburgring. How cool is that? Definitely going to need some caffeine infusion, aren't you, to maintain the pace there. Deborah Speller, good morning Deborah, how are you? Oh, I got there, one full sunshine, yeah, 2 suns in Berlin. Forecast here is brightening all the time. It's going to be, I've had to really slather the sun cream on. I mean, at the minute I can bear the coat because it's a little bit blowy. Oh, folks, just confirm that the sound is actually audible. Remiss of me not to ask that first. Ooh. Oh, Rainer, Tuesday on in a hospital bed, mate, in my thoughts, and everybody on the show. You're a great friend of the show. Yeah, it's never a laugh, is it? Never a laugh. But I do wish you all the very best, my friend. Simon Kirby, welcome Simon. Oh, I've just realised Turkish 330 is just 380, just driven by. Oh dear. Political bias, good morning to you. Michelle Johnson, good morning. Hope you are well, Michelle. Have a nice time with your friends yesterday and a bit of lunch out. Sounded quite good fun. QC Cat, welcome back. Dash 8 later on in the show. That will appeal, no doubt. Layla Bergman. Layla, I hope all is good with you in Sweden. Sound a touch crackly, but that is wind. Yeah, it is quite blowy here. The best spot for us is this elevated position on car park 7. So the forecast wasn't for particularly strong wind, but it feels blowier than I'd like. We'll just have to see how it goes. I've got the option of disconnecting the shotgun mic, and I think once we get into picture I might disconnect it and see whether you find that a slightly better experience. I don't know if it will be, but we'll try what we can. Right, that's the chat all caught up. Thing is, when I got here this morning, well, got out the hotel this morning, it occurred to me that other than where I'd seen it on a phone, oh crikey, that's me kicking the tripod, best to get that out of the way good and early. I didn't precisely know where it is, and of course airports have a tendency, don't they, to be a bit sprawly, not many clear lines of sight away from the airfield itself. As it goes, I didn't need to think about it too much, but the big uncertainty of course is when you get to the spot, what will I be able to see? Will it work okay for video? And what kind of upload speeds will I get? That side of things is way inside our comfort zone. So that's a promising omen. Although we'll watch that as we go, because yesterday started off brilliantly. Oop, take off for you folks. See what these look like. I've only had a chance to watch a couple. Ooh, striping. That's something that's been on my list. I've seen any number, like you will have all seen pictures of stripy condors, and I've never seen anything stripy in the flesh. Of course that's just the tail fin, but I know we've got some full striped planes on the show. thought we'd have a quick orientation, because I genuinely have little clue. So my very quickly put together graphic shows you two parallel runways. The one in the foreground is the one that we're operating on, runway 05 right. The other end being 23 left, 3,000 metres in total. The one behind is 05 left, 23 right, and that is slightly short at 2,700 metres. So I thought I'd give you that quick sense of where we're at. So obviously planes are arriving from our left, as you have seen, or certainly seen the departure going off to the right. Okay, weather forecast, let's get that in as well, our pre-flight essentials, if you will. So less than 5% chance of rain, initially cloudy, giving way to full sun. I can already see a lot of blue starting to perk through. 17 degree temperature, rising to 23 by shows close. Wind a north-northeasterly, 7 miles an hour, 6 knots. Feels a little bit more than that up here. Just watching this arrival come in. Gusts at 17 miles an hour, 14.8 knots. Line of sight's not quite what I would have preferred this side of a couple of things that obstruct the view slightly, but it's the nature of live streaming really. If it's an unfamiliar airport, you only really start learning about it when you arrive on the ground. The flying pigs. Anyway, I hope everybody is well and having a good weekend. Still plenty of it to go. Say 140 odd movements during the course of the show. It's decent number. Oh, a bit like Edinburgh, trains in the background. I tell you what, well, when I've got my thoughts into some kind of logical order, I had a blast really coming here on the train yesterday. I actually made all the connections in the right order. Didn't end up in lost property. Take off. Back to the chat, because I'm very mindful people will be joining us as we go, and as always I have a habit of getting a little bit behind. Right, another landing, no time to dally. Told you a little bit seat of your pants for me today. So what we've got coming in, Middle Eastern Airlines A320. cricket terms, it's very much a case of seeing off the new ball. Some corking fun. You hear a lot of shutters on the show today. It's very popular with photographers. I can see why. It's a lovely spot. And of course you've got the advantage of being able to park your car here, so you haven't got to be thinking about where to put the car. Although I'm fairly certain it to be, if it's anything like the UK, pretty darn pricey. Good morning, Tony McCall. I've spotted you in the chats. Remco, good morning from the Netherlands. Oh, our destination yesterday. Don't think I've met you before, and it reminds me, I've not actually introduced myself, which is a bit of an oversight. I'm Mark for Plane Sailing Aviation. So hi Remco, David Powell-Freeman, welcome back my friend. Oops, something else going. I don't get to see them lining up very cleanly here, but I'll get my eye in. Back to the 320, haven't we? Question for Rainer, what time is beer o'clock on a Saturday night in Germany? Because one of the things I noticed on the 2 or 3 different trains I sat on is there was a lot of people getting on, and you know, with bottles of beer, and no trouble or anything. It was really chilled, but I think there might have been some football fans on. Oops. And I have to say, folks, and I used to do a lot of train travel in the UK, the train's much cleaner here. Well, certainly the ones I saw. Okay, Rainer, 8 o'clock, 8 PM. Sorry, I'm not sure if I'm cross purposes, Rainer. Was this the beer o'clock question, or can Alloway renews his membership of the Exec Lounge? Thank you so much, my friend, and it's great to have you with us. So that Eurowings will have been the one that was off to Charnia. Thanks, Alexandra Wood, all over that flight radar. Yeah, Ken, it's superb. You know, you've been missed, Ken. I think I can speak for everybody in the chat. Most definitely. Let me just quickly backtrack and check I've not missed anybody, and then we can sort of say we're into the show proper. So quick scooch tells me, what does it tell me? Have we got anything inbound imminent? No. Might be able to delve into a little bit more then on the the airport store. We've got a, it says here a Lufthansa in Star Alliance livery 319. It must be out of my line of sight or in the foreground. Oh, it's moving. So 3 terminals here, and if I remember correctly, Lufthansa is terminal A. It might be the other side. That's probably why I can't see it. So I'm just going to put the graphic back up very quickly. So as you look at the plan as well, so actually terminal A, you think I'd be able to see them. 3 terminals, A, B, C. Terminal A opened in 1997, which is where Lufty, Eurowings and other Star Alliance partners all inhabit. Terminal B, 1973, that opened. One World Airlines such as BA, Finnair, and Terminal C 1986, and that's where the long-haul non-Schengen carriers all go. It was interesting actually when I looked into this, because I didn't really, I didn't know it, if I'm honest. 11th of April 1996, scene of the worst airport fire in world history, caused by some welding work in Terminal A. 17 people lost their lives, mainly from smoke inhalation. Absolutely goddamn awful. So, long story short, Terminal A got rebuilt and reopened in 1998. I think they've refurbished since Terminals B and C too. Airport itself opened 19th of April 1929. The first route, and here's a flashback for you folks, a Sabina Airlines, which connected Brussels, Antwerp, Dusseldorf and Hamburg. Bit of a bus stop route. Anyway, that was my quick canter through from things that I discovered. Get some motion onto the screen. I'm looking out for that Lufty, but I cannot see it, so we'll go with this for the minute. I do like a Star Alliance livery. Oops, somebody's going. Probably the Lufty. So it is. Baby bus. How smart is that? So folks, that's me just pulling a quick shot off to go with my Star Alliance scrapbook. I'll restrain actually myself from that, because at this distance I'm not convinced with this setup it will be much of a pick. Belter though. And off to Frankfurt. Tell you what, you're no sooner up than down, are you? That was my terror last night, you know, on the train, on my last one, which was I had to get off at Duisburg, and I thought, if I fall, this is why I never went and joined in the beer o'clock stuff really, because I thought if I fall asleep, I had to ask the person sat next to me, where does this actually stop? That was a Frankfurt stop, and I figured that whereas we can still do a show from Frankfurt, obviously being a mecca of planes, the absence of a hotel room, and certainly the one that I had booked would have been charged to me, kind of caused me to stay awake. Got 7.5 Condor? Just rest it. Now I could have, I don't know if Eddie's got, is Eddie in the chat? I don't know. I don't think I've seen Eddie. It looks like Eddie is not with us at the minute. Although I know why, because it makes me sound not a great granddad I suppose. It's my granddaughter's first birthday today, and somewhere along the line when we kept moving dates around for this, I got myself confused, which is why I'm here and not there. So hey ho. So I know Eddie has got a all manner of exciting stuff on the go. Deborah, that's my theory about beer o'clock, and to be honest with you, everyone seemed to be just having a really relaxing time of it. I just wanted to join in with that, but I would have fallen asleep, no question. As it goes, when I got my last train, which was a 10-minute jaunt from Duisburg to the airport here, even on that journey, in the end I had to stand up because I thought I'd just start to feel myself sagging. But mega fun. But yeah, going back to political biases points about the setup, it is, oops, we're away, the Air France hop. I'll stick a pin in the idea that's going to Paris, but I know Alexandra will put me right. Embraer 190. I'm loving the elevated position. The signal strength here is really good, but of course elevated position does make it perhaps a bit windier than it would feel at ground level. Alibi, they were last seen over the North Sea, wasn't it? Oh man. Do you know what I thought? You know, when we closed the show yesterday, I thought that Orange Pride's going to come out for another few laps. Mad Matt, how are you doing, buddy? Hope all is good. Islandia, thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. I'll be honest with you, I was a little bit crestfallen because I wouldn't have... I knew what the date was, but I swear to God, the planning for this and the Amsterdam trip, to try and do everything within the right price envelope, and you know how it is, if you're going to spend money no object, you can do anything in any convenience, but when you're trying to do it on a, you know, a financially sensible basis, before I knew it, oh, and there was some other dates that Mrs. Plane Sailing Aviation had asked me to avoid, and before I knew it, I'd goofed up. Of course, regulars of the channel will know that is not an unusual state of affairs, but hey ho. Mad Matt, there's no need to explain, mate. The thing with membership on this channel, and Eddie and I are intensely grateful for the fantastic support we get from all of our members. You know, we are blessed, make no bones about it. You know, I've got a pyramid with this kind of thing, and the pyramid is essentially, please watch us. If you like what you see, please do hit the like button and consider subscribing, and if you'd like a more elevated involvement with the channel, then we, you know, respectfully say there are membership options out there. The 2 membership levels that we've got, we've deliberately priced them in the way we have to hopefully offer enough value, but in terms of if it's right for you and when it's right for you, that's absolutely, don't worry about it, my friend. Do not worry about it. Exactly what Alibi's just said, but he did it better. Well done, Alibi. It's exactly that. What are we on this channel? We're friendly plane spotters. Ken Alloway has just completely banjaxed me by, as he took memberships and we didn't pre-arrange this. Ken very generously has gifted a membership, the drum beat, and so has Deborah Speller. And David Palfreman's gifted 5. Jeez, listen guys, one and all, awesome support. I'm just going to reach for my notepad. Just bear with me. So, who won Kent's? Mad Matt, how does that work? Impressive stuff, you sorted, Matt. Colin Lees, good morning to you, Colin. Hope you're doing well. David's gifted 5, and David, that is awesome too. I mean, come on folks, you just first class. Michelle Johnson. Ali, I didn't see you. Oh, did I miss your entry into the chat, Ali? Listen, I am all over the place. Melody R. Good morning, Melody. I've missed you in the chat. Oh, dearie me. Shredderhead, welcome back, my friend. I love that handle, Shredderhead, and welcome aboard. And oh crikey, where are we going? Deborah. And that is, oh dear, where have we gone to now? Ian Finley. And I've just spotted another one from David as well, and that is, oh, I can't see for looking, Rusty ECR8. Good morning, Rusty ECR8. Good thing I don't work on the stock exchange. I'd have bankrupted my fund. I think I've covered all that. So Martin Gallagher, good morning my friend, welcome back to the channel. That is an absolute frenzy of gifting, and just so generous, just so generous. Blown away, absolutely blown away. Simon Kirby, that is a classic, isn't it? Thing is, I like the notebook because it kind of helps me out later. When you go in the YouTube control room later, you can see your members, you can see who's super chatted and all that kind of thing. But in terms of the gifted bit, I haven't discovered how to see that cleanly. And it's so important because gifting a membership is giving money to the channel. So Tim Trainer, welcome my friend. I've just spotted your entry as well. Good morning to you. Hope all is good. I can't believe it. You see, Mad Matt, you've got a wish for some other stuff today. You could be on a hat trick. That is absolutely awesome. And just spotted here, Alibi 58 says hi Ian. I can't see Ian on my screen. Ian, unless we're talking Ian Finley, in which case hi Ian. Oh dear. Beaming from ear to ear this end. Absolutely beaming. Right, my job is to try and make you guys beam through the aviation, the quality of aviation as against my good-natured ineptitude. I tell you what, why we are here, you saw it in the background, but let's just get a closer shot because this is quite an unusual arrangement. Going back to setup, so the tower itself is not actually, it's sort of like the other side of the airfield, external to the airfield. So there's your best seat in the house, folks. So I would definitely say, if you find yourself plane spotting in Dusseldorf, I think this is a good spot to get that elevated perspective. And if you've not got to pay for the parking and you just bring yourself up in the lift, it's well, Bobby's job. The transport setup here is fantastic. Railway connections. It was a very good companion to Schiphol, to be honest. Oh, I've just spotted, let's just go back one, Deborah Speller, you have to go, we've got some scaffolding up to paint the house. We will keep the eye on the Condors. Deborah, thank you so much for your kind generosity. I'm gutted you're going. Anyway, I hope that all works out well for you. I hate it when I've got tradespeople in, if I'm honest. I always fret until the job is done, so to speak. So, Trim Trainer says, what we got next in, Embraer 190 standard, KLM from City Hopper from Amsterdam, scene of yesterday's show. I will watch for that, my friend. Mad Matt with the weather update, let's check where we are. Visibility is okay, temperature 15 degrees, feels about right. Yeah, it's 7 knots, does feel about right. I think the forecast I lifted was around that range as well. It just sounds slightly windy here, but I think the wind is supposed to drop anyway as the day gets warmer. Mad Matt, council tax bills, do not set me off on those. That's a different thing. Windy the windsock, that is a good thing to ask, Simon. Let's have a look. Swear to God, it's a bit of an unusual thing, because if you think about it, if this was Edinburgh or somewhere, generally we're the other side of the bus, looking towards the airport terminal or bits of it, and this is like being in the airport terminal looking out. So windy the windsock, perhaps we ought to have some sort of in-show quiz and you have to kind of buzz in when you see it. I just can't see it. I think I might, no. Oh, I found one, folks. Haha, by popular request. Somewhere. There you go. Windy the Windsock. A stripy one to go with the Condor theme. UK airports, I definitely like the stripes, folks. Well, I think a Logan Air tartan would have been a good flourish at Aberdeen. The only trouble here, so let me just pan back so you can see what I'm talking about, is this guardrail is quite high, and of course I'm travelling pretty light, so I haven't got any other means of elevating myself. So that's why you end up with a bit of metal work in the shots until I bring you out like this. So I've never felt safer at top of a car park. Dwayne Curley, good morning to you. How are you doing? Oh, looks like Hearts did the business yesterday in the chat. That means at least 2 people are happy. So Alexandra Wood, SAS from Copenhagen on finals. Roger that. Just going to have to work out how to best pick them up into line of sight. It's a great problem to have. I can see it on the old flight radar, just checking for my cross reference. So what we got, a Mitsubishi CRJ 900 long range. Took off 1 hour and 5 minutes ago. You get a lot of places in Europe, can't you, for in 1 hour and 5 minutes. Probably a bit grainy for you at distance. I was just curious what I was looking at there. It looks like another training type fuselage. I'll keep my eye out for the SAS. Michelle, I can only ask. The way our memberships are ticking up, we should be able to activate some more emojis soon. I'll have to ask him about that. Oh, I've got sight of our plane. I'll not go to it yet because you'll get too many fence posts. Oh, Simon Kirby, have you changed your badge in the chat? I don't remember seeing the old tricky tree there. Oh dear. Dwayne had a good day at Manchester Airport pub for 4 hours. 4 hours in the pub isn't often time badly spent. Debbie, good morning, Debbie. Tim Trainer, yep, I've got eyes on that SAS on final. I'm just going to pull the camera to it now. So here we go, folks. I think that's our earliest point. Tell you what, the Holiday Inn I stayed at last night, absolutely mint. Don't get me wrong, no frills and all the rest of it, but it must be brand new or nearly brand new. Just got a tired traveller one, and very quiet. Give me a sausage. Mind you, I reckon you could have probably removed my hand or something and I might have taken a bit of waiting. Do you ever get those days? Cause I set the alarm on my phone and I seldom need it. But today when it went off, I was just looking at it. I couldn't even work out how to switch the blooming thing off. That deep a sleep I was in. And I'm not a great sleeper, so I really was like, as I often say, the dog with 2 tails. Right. So let's get to the KLM Embraer. I think then we said in next, did we say? going off memory power here, so I'm probably wrong. It's been another SAS. Oh, locked in Star Alliance trim, I think. That's an Embraer of some sort. 190. Or the smaller one. What was you guys say 175 for some reason? Heads a share. Tell you what, let's have the lufty that's in front of me. Third in the hand. You do know Simon Kirby. Yep, it looks like we are getting everything from the 05 end of the runway here. Did we say 05 left? I think we did. Yeah, no, I'm not. No, to be fair, Ken, I conflated the chat. I think I called it correctly once I looked at it. It definitely wasn't. I took a plunge. I'll tell you what, I'll take half the telescope to split it down the middle, but I feel a little bit hard done to on that one. I was befuddled. Anyway, KLM's in next. Let's roll with that. That one we can say, the friendliest livery in the sky. Second happiest, only to Edelweiss, in Mark's humble opinion. I was hoping we'd see an Edelweiss 340 here, but I don't even know where their hub airport is, to be fair. Wouldn't be here, would it, as an Austrian carrier? It's Swiss, I've never remembered. Anyway, incomer from Amsterdam. No sooner up than down. Oh, hang on. I will take a quick pic of this one, folks. And one more full up. Scrapbook stuff. Yeah, all over the place. So Alexandra Wood tells me Lufty from Munich 7 minutes out. Smart Links from Malta 9 minutes out. Right, I better keep my eye on the horizon, haven't I? Alibi, oh sorry, Ken. I see Ken. Are you on the move, Ken? I see a later's message there. Let's have a look. Oh no, it's Grandad duties. Alibi 58, most important. Later's my friend. Ken's still with us. Carry on, Ken. Sounds like lots of departures pinging, so that is all good. Yeah, Vislandia, that's an interesting question. I always thought the Germans tended to favour. Now this is a telescope. Oh, that's the Welling, isn't it, with the half-pot paint livery. I just think it's like you had a bit of blue and a bit of green, and I don't know, do what you can with it. Right, I can see an Austrian lined up. It must be, that's my guess. Could be a Corridor, I suppose. I'd say Austrian, it's just over the hill. Good morning, Paul Usher. Welcome, my friend. Good morning, Bruce. How goes it? Yeah, so thanks, Simon. Swiss. I got myself conflated. Sound of Music was rattling around in my head. Edelweiss and all that. Not anywhere near enough caffeine this morning. Oh, it wasn't Austrian. It looks like Serbia, doesn't it? Air Serbia. So it is. handy is that? Just found the spot I need to watch out for along the roofline when I see them lining up. Michelle says pausing might be her signal. Don't know. Shouldn't be. We've got gallons of signal here. Gallons of signal. Yeah, Rainer, Mallorca, Turkey, sounds like just where we go really, doesn't it? Right, I can see it. I'm going to say it's a Sun Express lining up. I'm not in flight radar at the minute. Yeah, Matt, I caught the 330s, but yeah, you're right. I want to put money on a triple. Hey ho, I'll take the 330s. We saw plenty yesterday, but we don't see as many 330s at our regular airports in the UK. So, well, there we go. Not sure where this baby's going. Antalya, I'm guessing. 737. That much we know. It's amazing, but the wind had dropped literally. Oh, that augurs well. And all of a sudden you can probably hear it off the mic. Rattling a bit again. Ooh, got a push back here. Helvetic, possibly. Ooh, very nifty. I think it's the first time I've seen Helvetic on a 190 as well. That's the beauty about taking the show on the road, seeing some different stuff. Just going to pull us away to a landing. Lovely. This will be the Munich arrival, won't it? Sorry I can't get you onto the front of the bus where they're unclipping the tug. As you can see, there's that little bit of metalwork. That's the word I'm wrestling for, metalwork. Back to the chat, let's just check I'm not missing anything. To be honest, Alexandra, I only realised I wasn't in flight radar. I could just see the top of the tail fin. That's why I was saying essentially, I know it's a 737, and I guess with Antalya, because they often seem to be going there, but that was just a guess. Anyway, Aer Lingus in next, A320, departed about an hour and 20 minutes ago from Dublin. Always, folks, if you like what you see, please do hit the like button and consider subscribing to the channel. We'd love to have you with us, we really would. Day 2 of our latest overseas adventure here at Dusseldorf International Airport. You are here with Mark, your host of Plane Sailing Aviation. I think I was getting my times confused earlier on. I think we are on air till 2 o'clock local time, 1 o'clock UK time. It's a 5-hour show. Oh, gotta get on to the next depart. Crossover. An Austrian 320 as well, nice little crossover there, Alpine carriers. Got to put away to our next arrival as well, which is the Smart Links arrival from Malta. So let's have that. It's a promising start action wise. Just be having a look, see a tail fin. It's a Eurowings departure. You see the shark's fin. Let's see if I can. There you go. See, we've just got towards the left hand side of the screen. So that's we stand here. That's somewhere else that the Germans quite like, that we like as well. It's been a few years since I've been to Malta, but should be clear to go. Tracks vacated. Not much need of a coat in Malta, I don't think. Condor folks, did you see that? look out. Well, we're going to have a little bit of that peppermint candy. I know it's not everybody's cup of tea, but I do like the striped one, but I like the classic as well. Genuinely struggle to choose. Anyway, baby bus alert. Let's get on to the incoming baby bus from Freebird. Must be competitively priced, you know, because I don't know why you wouldn't just come on the train. You know, when you think about all the faffle at the airport. I'm just going to park us there. I've not lost my senses entirely. I think our Austrian Airlines plane is due to go, although I just wanted to check at the flight radar and I can't see it. Tell you what, take the action in front of us and pull away. There's a lot of things I like about Dusseldorf, but the architecture at the airport, it's like the unlovely side of Edinburgh. You know, when you're on the showground side. There you go, Austria's rolling. That'd be my guess. Although I can't see it on flight radar. I'd have to check it because I thought, I wonder who that is. Oh no, I was wrong, Helvetic. So we've been in grey at all, nice and early, I would have thought. Going to alter my sound settings, folks, just bear with me. I'm still operating without my own monitoring at the minute. Hopefully that will take a little bit of the wind off. Austrian Airlines A320 now rolling. Maybe not rolling that fast, so we'll tag along with this lufty just to bridge the distance. Now we're off. Go past the chevron at the front. You might say, folks, that's always been a feature. I don't know, I don't remember the fuselage chevron. Let's have a look at a bit of ground ops hustle. You're on camera, folks. Give me a chance to have a quick look see in the chat. So apologies if I've missed your entry. As always, it wouldn't be on purpose. Oh, Bruce is, if I got this right, I've not got the preceding context. Farm machinery, contents of a farmhouse. That sounds an interesting day. Ah, Michelle, so probably your end. No one else is, I don't think, reported signal glitching. Like I say, it's the last place I had signal this good was London City. Oh, that's interesting, Ken. So that Sun Express was not Antalya, Zonderlag, which I've never, if I've exposed my ignorance, I've never heard of that resort. Zooming along. Oh, Alexandra, I love your Helvetic emoji. That is cool. That is really cool. Oh, got a bizjet rolling. I love this airport already. Oscar, good morning, Oscar. How you doing, mate? DB Bassman, welcome DB, how goes it? Thanks for joining us in Dusseldorf, the latest stage of our overseas adventure, or latest overseas adventure. Don't worry, Alexandra, I had one of those days with the tech yesterday. It comes out of the clouds like a bird of prey. Bez 54, good morning. Oh, and by the way, Alexandra, that Helvetic wasn't showing for me. So it does seem that flight radar is a bit spotty here today. We'll make it fit where it touches. Yeah, I'm looking forward, Mad Matt. I am looking forward. That was one of the planes I flagged at the start of the show. I just realised you won't have heard that bit. Might just do a quick recap actually. It's a special livery Condor 757. It's a 300 as well, which is pretty cool. And with you, Ken Alloway, it's been a promising start. It really is an interesting airport, no question. Thanks, Paul Usher. Yes, great action. It's just coming again. I just realised it's unzoomed itself. Yeah, DB. That's a Celtic plane. I was saying to Alibi 58, and Colin Lees will appreciate this. When I was browsing for this particular airport to see what was going through, there was the rather, depends on your perspective here, but splendidly named, was it Hibernian Jet? Hibernian Jet? Hibernian Air? I can't remember now, but either which way, I didn't think a Hibs jet of any description was going to hold much appeal to Colin and Alibi, but it did make me rather laugh if it appeared in the show. I thought, yeah, something different. No Leicester City liveried stuff, or for that matter, Simon Kirby, Nottingham Forest. Christopher Boys, good morning, Christopher. How are you doing, my friend? Welcome to Dusseldorf. You're never late at this half party, Matt. So just for quickly, in case people have joined the show, so 140 arrivals is what we were expecting through till shows close at 2 o'clock local time, although we might run on a little bit if folks are watching and we've got enough battery and without gremlins. It's a lovely day's weather forecast. The only thing is, obviously, I need to make my flight, because it's not be great if I somehow move that up, but I'm at the terminal, so actually I'm okay. I don't really need to get to security till 4 o'clock, so that should work out good. So arrivals, yes, so we've got the Condor 757-300 that Matt refers to, that's in at 13:05 or thereabouts. We've got the Emirates 380 in at 13:14 or thereabouts, so another one to keep on the horizon. And Qatar Airways 787 Dreamliner and that will be probably our show closer, which is a bit of a spooky parallel with Edinburgh, because we either close with that plane or more recently the Delta 76, which was, I think it was a 76 Delta we opened with at show start, which is there. Random thing. Can't think this will be far away from moving. Anyway, looking at departures, we've got the Turkish A330, which I kind of goofed up with when we fired the show up. I hadn't got my eye in at all. That goes out at 10:40. QC Cat, and I don't think Nell can make today's show, but she would love this, catch it on the highlights. The Sky Alps de Havilland -8, lovely looking livery on that, 11:58. Condor A330 at 12:35, and a Tailwind 737 at 13:03. Which you say, well, what's so special about that? I just was quite taken by the livery, and I think it's nice to be able to see. Oh, hang on a minute. Ken Alloway looks like he's caught me off beam, not for the first time. Just checking I'm not looking at an old one. No, Ken Alloway, thank you so much, mate. Thank you so much, very, very generous of you. Gifted a membership, and who's the lucky recipient? It is Martin Gallagher. Come on down, Martin Gallagher. Goes in the pocketbook. Makes me sound like a referee, don't it? But it does help when I'm doing the community post. Anyway, let's just go back up the bus a little bit. Christopher Boys, don't apologise for missing Amsterdam. I always say on this channel, life first. You're such a great group of people, and it's a pleasure to be able to broadcast in your company. But other stuff always intervenes. You can't. You just have to roll with life. And when you're available, it's great that we're being supported. Michelle's comment with the technicals, yeah, YouTube, I don't know, YouTube have that tendency from time to time. Certainly Flight Radar's giving us a run around. It's exactly what Alexandra Wood says, sometimes they ping and then they disappear. I've delved in a couple of times for my own reference when I'm trying to work out when the plane's starting to move, and yeah, it's tricky. Paul Usher's glad Arsenal. I'm not even caught any Leicester City. I don't know if we played today. Actually, I am completely and utterly at sea with everything at the minute. Oh dear. Mad Map. A380, 3 hours and 8 minutes out. So what's that going to pull us round to? Around just after 1. Ken, I think I've got it in the community post, did I not? The last one I put out, I think it's on there. What I'll do anyway is if it's not there, I'll repost it. In fact, let me have a look at the ticket. Actually, I'm a bit frightened of actually handling the ticket because it blows away. Oops, that's no good. That's KLM. Been there, done that one. So my flight is Echo Wilco, Echo Wilco 9338. Departs at, it doesn't actually say on this boarding pass, but you'll be able to find it on Flight Radar. Gate closes 6:25. Anyway, I'll make sure we're all spotted up on that, so if folks want to see where I'm up to on Flight Radar, they can. Oh dear. Michelle, you need to put a pot of tea on, then you can have one for me as well. So next departure, thanks Alexandra Wood, fly Egypt to Hurghada, estimated 10:07. Pegasus to Antalya, estimated 10:11. Good stuff. No worries, Ken. Sometimes I mean to publish these kind of things, and then realise I actually haven't. Plane's blinking moved as well. So best to ask in the chat always, and if it's there I'll try and steer you the right way, because sometimes there's I don't know, things don't always stay where I think I've left them. Anyway, mindful people are constantly coming and going in the chat, so good morning to anyone that's recently joined us. Plane Sailing Aviation's day 2 of its overseas weekend here at Dusseldorf Airport. You with Mark, your host, through till 1 o'clock UK time, 2 o'clock local time. And what is gonna be a decent day's weather here. I hope it is nice where you are. It is a little bit blowy here at the minute. 25 minutes on the battery, it tells me. So I've got another battery change to do in a minute, folks. So 25 minutes, I'll let it run. So plane you're looking at, Corfu bound. Looking along the horizon for the next ones out, the Fly Egypt to Hurghada and the Pegasus to Antalya. I haven't got any telltale tail fins in my line of sight yet. Michelle, your message, I'll have to ask my esteemed mods to release it, please. I can't seemingly do stuff on my tablet, which makes it seem really handy. Yes, it's an important correction actually, or clarification, Alexandra, and it is the interesting thing about broadcasting overseas. You kind of realise, and I suppose it's maybe realised in a different way, obviously when we broadcast from the UK, everyone's on different time zones, and I know you can't dole the times out to cover every part of the world, but yeah, it is one of those things that there's more layers to it than you take for granted. Dwayne Curley, you can be a member if you join. The membership details, oops, I just caught that, sounds like the kind of thing I might have done, are just beneath the chat. You'll see a little $sign. If you click on it, it won't obligate you, but it will tell you the 2 levels that are available, Aviator Class and Executive Lounge, and then you can work out whether that is right for you. Best way to describe it. Ryanair with his 3 suns now. I have not got the 3 suns going off here. The forecast is that I was hoping to be down in a t-shirt by show close, but look, it's kind of, you feel it wants to break through. It's just not putting much energy into it, kind of proper Sunday morning territory. Sunshine in North Yorkshire. It looks like Alexandra's matching Ryanair. Sun for sun. Raining in Alloway. Ken, how have you pulled that off? Oh, your guests having a great time. Well, thanks, Alibi. As always, yes please folks, do give us that like. It does help us so much as a channel with YouTube, but also consider subscribing. We would love to have you with you, we really would. And as I was explaining to Dwayne Curley, we have membership as well for those who would like to look into a deeper level of involvement with the channel, but the main thing is you're here watching, and that's what we most want. We are literally waiting for a little bit of some things to start moving. I've definitely taken the precaution of floppy hat again today. I wore it yesterday, which is probably just as well, because I discovered I was a bit more sunburnt than you might otherwise have expected. So this plane off to Corfu. Sounds like it's just picking up. There we go. So what do we think to Dusseldorf, folks, so far? I mean, it does take a bit of getting your eye in for if you're unfamiliar with it, but as I've said in the chat, my initial perceptions are positive. Although, to be honest with you, the biggie for me is how does the upload work? You know, if we get a clean show, that will make me smile a lot more, because I love Schiphol, and yet we were bedeviled yesterday, despite having been there before, and the only thing we were bedeviled by with the same setup that day was fog. I think for me it's a bit like Aberdeen, not with all the helicopters, but I was so blown away by going somewhere different. I've kind of got that sense here almost of a bit of discovery going on. Because we kind of paired this up with Schiphol because we knew Schiphol and therefore thought, well, it makes a good jump off point. But we had looked at pairing this with Cologne or Frankfurt, and I've never been to Cologne, so Cologne was actually the next choice. I'm just going to put us onto this for the minute. Not much happening there, but I'll... In fact, let me give you a bit of rotation. No, I can't really tell you where anything is, but just if I bring the camera around just so you can get a little bit of panorama. Good number of spotters here. Quite a lot of people with long lenses, as you would expect. It's such a decent vantage point, to be honest. And then it generally to the left it gets very sprawly. I'll not treat you to a lot of urban architecture. Let's just rest there for the minute while we wait for the Eurowings Corfu flight. I can see it working its way down the track. Oh, hang on a minute. Who's having bacon? DV Bassman. Don't take my hat off to you. Yeah. Hash brown emoji indeed. I just had to make do. There was no cooked breakfast on today when I was feasting at the hotel, so it was very much cereal and bread rolls actually. But that's exactly what I fancy, a nice cooked breakfast. Michelle's got clear blue skies in Essex at the moment. Well, long may that rain. Oh, there's a pun, isn't there? No, you don't want it to rain, do you? You just RCC, good morning to you, RCC. Cuppa in one hand and sunny in the Midlands, so sunshine, aviation, planes about to start rolling, I see. So let's just get ready. Yeah, gotta have some refreshments. You really do. So there we are. You can probably see left hand side of your screen, you'll see a little tail fin there. If I was to be picky, I would definitely like to have an improved view of where they start from. But the beauty of the elevation, I think the number of the other spots I looked at, there was, I think, shooting through fence largely, so I didn't really think that was the way to go. Well, it's not, is it? Not for live stream. Ken's just trying to get me to sing. I know what he's up to. He's a wily old fox. I've got Morecambe and Wise belting out in my head at the minute, Ken. jerky on the camera there. I'm unaccustomed to shooting off tarmac. The showground at Edinburgh's pretty firm, but usually I get a sense of where my feet need to move to. Well, the polar barn was hard to stand yesterday, weren't it? So, I don't know, maybe I'm barking up the wrong tree for the first time. So that was off to Corfu. Oh, Plane Sailing Aviation. I'll show you. Excellent. Just sharing with a local spotter the channel details. Bridging the gap. All sign language between us, but bob on. So let's have a look. Baltic Airways and Global Airways on approach. Sun Express to Izmir now pinging for departure. Okay, that's a nice distinctive one, isn't it? So I ought to be able to spot that over yon horizon. So we've got an incoming Wookiee, an A220-300. Now I'm not sure which terminal the Baltic will go to. Is it more likely to be A, B, or maybe C? That's the non-Schengen Airlines. Just want a Wookiee startup. Better keep a bit of an eye. Chance for one quick more peek in the chat, I say. Rainer's on the blower. Is that what you're telling us, Rainer? You've got an emoji for every day of the week. You and Ken Alloway, you're emoji masterminds. Although I'm still very taken with Alexandra Wood's Helvetic emoji. Very taken. Less so with Simon Kirby's Nottingham Forest badge. No disrespect, Simon, but you wouldn't expect me to say any different. Digit Jumbo. A, welcome Digit Jumbo. I must have missed your entry into the chat. And B, welcome to the Executive Lounge. Awesome support. Where are you from, Digit? I've got to tell them. Digit Jumbo is, folks who've watched the Edinburgh show will know that I am legendary for talking to people through the chats and asking them where they're from, and they're 15 yards to my right. Digit is about 5 yards to my right. Awesome support, truly awesome support. Oh dearie me, I'm absolutely buzzing. Well, my winning sequence continues. Where are you from? Right, 13 minutes on the camera. We'll take this incoming. I think we've got two on approach, haven't we? And probably going to be best to squeeze the battery change in. So the Air Baltic A220-200 is, I'm sorry, A220-300. Get it right, Mark. Digits blow me away, blow me away. Ooh. Sorry about that, folks, struggling to get a focus there. Obviously snagged on something in the foreground. Like I say, there's no danger of falling off this car park roof unless you're actually thrown off it. You get that, folks? The Wookiee is in town. Right, so next arrival, our Global Airways in from Yerevan. Not sure if I've said that right or even where it is. 4 hours flight or thereabouts, so I would say a decent distance away, presumably somewhere hot and sunny. That being an Airbus A320 on its inbound. Well, I can just see it, but we'll stay with the Wookiee for the moment, and then we'll do the battery change. Although, just have a look at this very quickly. Oh no, sorry folks, the metalwork's in the way for that one. I was quite taken with the Eurowings on tow. Kid in the sweet shop stuff. Regulars of the channel will know it tends to be how I roll. Right, here we go. I'm now struggling to get a focus here, I'm asking. Just going to take a quick picture, folks, with your indulgence. And one more for look. That'll be the one. That's the money shot for me. See how the wire just thwarts us. Right, I'm just going to get the battery out. Right folks. Oh, we've got one rolling. Sun Express perhaps? No, KLM. Thought we had a Sun Express due to go out. Right, here we go then. The Sun Express is the next to go, so let's do the battery change after we've waved it off. Morning John Hughes, I've just spied your name in the chat, John. I hope all is good. Mad Matt's in the kitchen, keeping it lean. So Sun Express 737 off to rolling to Izmir. Thanks Alexandra. Do the pesky battery change. So usual drill. Well, when I say usual drill, let's see if we can avoid the bit where Mark fumbles it or something like. So the screen's going to go blank. Get the old fingers pumping. and then I'll switch it over. So stay with me, do not go anywhere. Catch you in a second, folks. Should be back with me. He says hopefully. I better put his battery on charge, because one of the things last night when I got to the room, I was putting everything on charge and failed to put the 3-hour battery on. Sorry folks, I was still plugging things around. Just going to put the camera back on stand a minute, because there's just something I need to settle out. For some reason my encoder's not charging. Hey ho. Thank you, Ken. I was due a butter battery change, that's good, but for some reason my encoder isn't taking charge, so we'll just have to work that one out as we go. I'll look for another little gap in the action to goes back to Wex on Monday anyway, so right, the flying pigs are off to Antalya. That's all I see when I see the Pegasus, flying pigs. In a second. And sorted. Shame Nell's not in the stream, because Nell's seen the broadcast box firsthand, so it's all wires and bits of kit. And I know Rainer's got a nice pair of glasses as an emoji, and I think Ken's used it before. Glasses moment, I was plugging the wrong thing in and wondering why the encoder wasn't actually taking charge. Oh dear. And I got my glasses on. Main thing is it's something to get to grips with now, not later. So if you've just joined us, welcome to Dusseldorf Airport. Here with Plane Sailing Aviation. Let's look at it 7.5 while we're here. Hope everybody is doing well. Ooh, hang on a minute, I've just spotted something here. Political bias, you like pork scratchings? You've got to be joking, man. Oh, somebody's rolling, could it be a lot? Sorry, I'm not quite caught up with the chat. I've just seen a blue tail fin. Something's definitely rolling. Oh, that lovely Starlight trim. Plenty of shutters going at this end. Plenty of shutters. PB, I'll have to let the mods release your comment. Well, it makes you laugh the way that YouTube work this. You're just saying that you hate fat, you're not being rude or anything. It's a dietary observation and it still hasn't published it. Yeah, if you could release the comment, folks, that would be great. Yeah, dear. John Hughes, another day, another top stream. Thank you, mate. I very much enjoy, and I hope you do too, as a team, if you like. Our viewer base, try to mix it up a little bit where we can. It's nice to try different things. The only thing is, of course, you just want the tech to work. Oh, hang on a minute, I've just got, in no particular order, Ken's at it again. Time warps. Oh yes. Let's not do the battery change again, although I think we might have to. I think I was saying when I was blathering through the last change I made, because I didn't get it on charge overnight, I might need to do an extra change in today's show, but well, we'll see. Yeah, and it's just as well I didn't catch this comment at the time, Simon Kirby. Don Corrin flying that Corridon. You might have hooked me momentarily. Yeah, we knew what you meant, PB. To me, it's dead calories fat. That's why I would proceed exactly as you do. Although saying that, there are limits to my discipline there. Like I was saying earlier, a cooked breakfast would have gone brilliant. Oh, Rainer's clear from his phone call. All good, Rainer. Right. See what's happening here. So I can see a Eurowings on the deck transponding. It's going to from nowhere to nowhere, which is always a popular destination. Certainly is when we stream. To what extent we can trust flight radar today's up for grabs, but hey ho. Just having a quick look into flight radar just to see what our prognosis is. Just move the camera around for you again. Forecourt's a bit thin at the minute, but a Condor in 7.5 is not an unappealing livery to take in. Right, let's have a look. Where are we now? 10:33. See, my flight radar is a bit quirky here. So we've got Fly 1 from Yerevan, but I thought we'd already seen that one. Was that Global World from Global Airways from Yerevan? I think it was actually. So Fly 1, get one free. Aegean at 10:35. Corridor we've seen. Freebird 11:06, running late. Not clear. Seen that before at Newcastle. European Air Charter due in at 10:57. So on that basis, so it's kind of weird because the ones that say Fly 1 and Aegean, they're both scheduled arrivals, but they should be showing their actual times now. So I wonder if they're cancellations. Hard to call that one. What we're saying on departs. Oh, somebody's rolling. Is this on Smart Link? Sorry, I'm not in the chat. 7:37, B it is. That could have been a lot wider if it was washed in Daz. Somebody else is lining up by the looks of it. It's like Aer Lingus's A320 is shortly to go. I'm sure, did I say the Turkish A330 was due out relatively soon? I can hear some noise underneath me, I'm just not sure what it is. So if in doubt, leave the camera out so we can catch anything that passes through shot. John Hughes, Casper Air, very much Casper Air. Seems to be a lot of Casper Air around at the minute, doesn't there? And you're right, Michelle, NA is the place to go. If you go and get the Chewy brochure, you'll probably find a couple of pages in there full of NA destinations. Oh, just going back to Simon Kirby, what was on offer at breakfast? Well, at that time of day, there wasn't anything cooked. So, long story short, I had a large bowl of muesli. Couldn't find breakfast tea, I was saying at the start of the show. They got tea from, you name it, they got it. And it was those nice tea bags, like anyone's ever drank Tea Pigs, make divine tea bags, pricey but nicey kind of thing. Anyway, by the by, could not find breakfast tea. Our Eurowings departure is about to roll, I think. So, large bowl of muesli, couple of rolls, bread rolls, a white one and one which was a darker bread, which I thought I'd give a roll to. Check that out. A couple of mugs of tea. I had to settle for Earl Grey tea bags, which I don't normally drink Earl Grey in tea bags. Earl Grey's more of an occasional thing for me anyway. But really what I wanted was some proper builder's tea, if I'm honest. And that was it. And I'm all ready to go. So I'm a bit light on caffeine. Well, that's not really lovely to do, is it? Come on, Eurowings, give us some action. We're at the home of Eurowings, aren't we? Dusseldorf. wind proper whips itself up. I think my hopes for t-shirt today might be a bit misplaced. Carl Shield, good morning Carl, how goes it in Dublin? David Palfreyman, just spotted your exit, catch you back later buddy, and thanks so much for your kind support today, been awesome, but do hope to see you later. So as always folks, if you are liking what you see, please do hit the like button. Delta pushing back, so that'll be their 767. So let's just keep ourselves to be fair, Simon Kirby, to be fair, I'm supposed to watch what I eat these days, so whereas I would seriously tuck into a nice cooked breakfast, no question, I kind of smiled to myself. I thought this is just what it is. Because you know the hotel last night, I was wiped when I got there, but I was quite thirsty, and I couldn't decide whether to... What's rolling? Aer LIngus to Dublin. This will have to wait my fairly lame anecdote. When I got to the hotel and I got checked in, it must have been pushing towards 9:45 or something like that. Anyway, I was that thirsty, but I wanted something with ice in it, so actually I didn't have a beer, which is what I thought I was having on the way there. All I wanted was a Diet Coke with ice, and while I was having it, there was a couple next to me who had a pizza brought through, and it looked divine, and all I could think is, you know what, shall I have it or shall I not? In the end I didn't. I'd already eaten at the Schiphol airport, so I've shown a bit of restraint these days, but yeah, certainly muesli at breakfast today. It was a full bowl if that counts. Tim Trainer, let's have a look. Next in A19 132 Eurowings, 8 minutes away. Roger that my friend, roger that. Meantime, we'll just enjoy the sight of this 767-300. We do see this particular type quite regularly during our Edinburgh streams. Always nice to see, and of course now they've added Boston to the New York flight there. We get to see it twice, which is always welcome. Michelle, I have not seen the, not ATRs, but you will get a chance to give that turboprop emoji a twirl, because we've got a Dash 8 in with, let me just remind myself, not one I've seen before, Sky Alps, a de Havilland Dash 8 due in at 12 o'clock. So, pay attention Mark, lifty moving. I think that Dash 8 is the only turboprop action I think I've seen listed, which I was actually quite surprised about, to be honest. I thought there'd be a bit more of the old regional type movement, you know, coming and going. Tell you what, political bias, dietary restraint is blooming difficult, isn't it? It really is difficult. this Plane Sailing Aviation keeps me on the straight and narrow for a point, but, and I think this is your point, we're all human underneath it all, aren't we? You know, you might think, oh, I don't know, why is food so tempting? I'll leave that with you. Back through the chat, John Hughes, yes, 76 is a lovely plane, isn't it? It really is. And Carl Shield likes the Delta 350. We saw some 350s yesterday. I really like the Finnair 350. That's my favourite 350. But you know what I'm like, folks. The favourite 350 is the one I'm looking at the time. That's pretty much how I go. Good morning to you. How are you doing? So, All-Star Mods team today: Alexandra Wood, Ken Alloway, Alibi 58, and Dopey Gorp, and a particular bizjet moving. Scratchy that one. Proper belting. Anyway, Dopey Gorp, hope things are good, mate. Ian Fleming, good morning and welcome to the show, Ian. I hope you are doing well. Sunday should be a good day of rest, isn't it? If you're unlucky enough to be working, you always have my sympathy, and I always think, well, as long as you're getting the time back in the week, all well, it's well and good. But if you are off work, you definitely want to be chilling out. If you're lucky enough like me to be retired, then you definitely want to be chilling out. But yeah, Sunday's for relaxation. Ooh, there you go, Simon Kirby throws it in there. Do you know what, it's interesting when we get down to it, and maybe there's a subject for a poll for another day. The 350, it's the same blinking aircraft, isn't it? You put the livery, change the livery on it, and it's, I don't know, like trying on suits. Yeah, you're right, that is a very smart plane. Michelle likes a good salad. You see, I like a good salad, Michelle, but I like something nice with it, if I'm honest. Do you know what? A nice salad with a barbecue. Nice bit of chicken on there. Andrew NUFC, good morning. Excuse me. I think I must have ingested a small fly. Let's hope I haven't. Yes, it's a different setup here, Andrew. We are on the top of the car park 7. So you'll see at the bottom end of the shot, if you zoom out, got a bit of metalwork. It's the world's highest safety barrier. I think when I went up the top of the Frankfurt Tower, the railing, the protection wasn't as high as this. I mean, slightly playful, but that was me trying to look in the chat, and my shoulder caught the panhandle. Let's go to the next depart. Middle East Airlines. On the roll. That's meant that the Delta has snuck out of view, but chance to have a quick look in the chat. Andy P, good morning Andy P, hope things are great. Lovely departure it sounds like. No? Okay, saw it. Look at the start up. Acoustics wobbled around there. Wendy, KLM fan. How goes it, Wendy? I thought of you yesterday actually when we were streaming at Schiphol. It's like, everybody knows it's KLM Central there. Fantastic. And Simon, you're right, bigger barrier, better than the long fall, definitely. And I'm pretty certain that the fall from here would be unsurvivable. Carl Shield hates Sundays. Carl, I reckon you're just pulling a leg. Eurowings on arrival, so let's just pull that. Carl's caught me off beam there. I mean, Mondays I could get with. I mean, as many of us will remember, Boomtown Rats famously coined a song all about not liking Mondays. Sundays, I don't know. When I was a kid growing up, and I know a number of folks in the chat will reflect this, I wasn't so keen on Sundays then because nothing was open. Not really. I think the UK seemed to, as I remember as a child, there wasn't much happening at all on a Sunday. Now, of course, plenty of entertainment. Right, I can see our next arrival. I'm Tony Rivers. Good morning to Tony Rivers. See our next arrival. I think I saw your message, Alexandra, about flight radar playing us up. I've just had a quick look to see if I can get a cleaner view. I can't see this either, so we'll just take the lucky dip. First glance it kind of looks like it might be a Finnair, but of course that's my shortcut to a telescope. I don't think Finnair fly it. Oh, it says European Air Charter A320. Going back into my memory now. I've seen this at Newcastle once. Ooh, that's a head-on shot. Yes, please, do a bit of head-on action. Oh, Delta's moving, and I can't see Delta either on my flight radar. Tim, it's definitely erratic. Find our European Air Charter. There she is. Where's this one going? Quite fancy another head-on shot if we can have it. Next to go. Don't have to rely on that being called in the chat folks. Takes nice and early. I find myself gazing. I mean, that's what I say, this is plane spotting with friends, but occasionally I find myself pointing the camera in one direction. Turkish is definitely on the move, and that was the thing I was taking a rain check on. Let's just so you know that it was that caught my eye. Only a bit less of it actually, because it was just the very top of it. It's the best thing at the moment. Seeing it on my flight radar. Tim Trainer, let's have a look. Iberian 320 from Madrid in next. Roger that, my friend. I've got visual on that, eyes on. Your flight radar's okay, so at least some of us, it might be a server thing here perhaps. Right, I better get the camera ready to twirl. Get the Iberian plane down, and then we'll worry about connecting the dots up at my end. It looks like Tim and Ken have better flight radar service than myself and Alexandra, unless Alexandra's has now come on side. Mine definitely hasn't. I do not care for this town at all. Let's see that thought out there. For me it's a little bit unimaginative. It's a bit, I don't know, too many airlines going down that particular route, aren't they? That tail fin stripe. And it looks better on some than others. I think the Aegean was an example where I kind of thought that perhaps the colour blue they chose pulled the look off. Who knows? Jack on YT, Rotor 3, oh, DB Bassman, I have just spotted that. My German isn't as good as yours, DB, but coffee and I don't know what Kuchin is, but DB, you are a legend and a great friend to the channel. And yeah, my German, it makes you wonder really how I had the audacity to bring myself here on a train. DB, legend, my friend, true legend. Good morning, George A350, just spotted you, just collecting myself after, oops, I want to show you some planes, don't I? I'm on my heels. DB's kindness is just, discombobulated me. Ooh, is this a special livery Madrid one, isn't it? I think. Can't quite make it out. Turkish is lined up though, folks, so I'm going to rest the camera in anticipation. A350 says, first time on this stream. George, it's a pleasure to have you, and hopefully you'll stay with us. I don't know what part of the world you are from. DB, coffee and cake. I got a feeling it was going to be something delicious. Yep, I think I'm going to work on that one back at the airport. That bowl of muesli that I had at breakfast, stacked as it was, is not going to tide me over. Rainer! Oh, hang on a minute. Well, I'm going to have a beer with Rainer now. The Altstadt, is that at the airport? Is that a bar at the airport, Rainer? I will do that. Oh, dear me. In fact, looking forward to that. Just been distracted, you'll see why in a minute. Rainer, DB Bassman, and this beauty, the Celtic team plane, and a Turkish 330. So I was momentarily, well, in fact, man, I'm just going to have to go back with this. Sorry, I'm panning you fast. You can see I'm getting excitable. As soon as that Turkish starts rolling, I'll take the camera away. Apologies if I'm missing anything in the chat. I am trying to keep abreast but enjoying the sensory overload. Turkish rolling. Istanbul Express. Scoot back with Eurowings, whilst keeping an eye out for our stripy Condor. Should get a head-on shot here, of course, shouldn't we? Bye. Grab H, I've just spotted your entry, mate. Jim Trainer confirming Chewy on approach. Alexandra, the Turkish reappeared. It removed its cloaking device. You and I must be going on the same part of that server out in Sweden. Rab doesn't like the Condor stripies. You see, I do, Rab. Although I can understand why some parts of Glasgow might not be so keen on the hooped green one. But it's, yeah, I'm up there really. I think though, DB Bassman, I think you need to hold off on the sale of the day. They've got a 757-300 coming in around 1 o'clock. If you check it out on Flight Radar, you'll see it's a special livery of a different variant. It caught my eye, definitely. Right, Reiner, so the Altstadt is in the city. Now I'm going straight to the airport, but I'm going to have a beer with you at the airport, no question. Grab 8 on Cloud 9, the Diamonds won the playoff final. I'm going to have to say, grab the Diamonds, exposed my ignorance on that one. And Carl Shield, beer is bad for you. You were going to buy me a Guinness in Dublin, I distinctly remember you offering, but I reckon beer is only bad for you in excess. Define excessive, you will. Oh dear. And yeah, I'm just going further back up the chat, Rab. Yeah, lazy day. Well, listen, lazy day watching planes with friends. What could be better? So, welcome to anyone who just joined us here. You're listening to Mark. Oh, Rhino, I'll give 3 likes. Well, that's that question, but fantastic. That's what I should have been asking, isn't it? Thank you, one and all. Get the beers in, Rhino. Well, you have done. Les Donaldson, welcome to the show, mate. I'm guessing you're working, Les. You must be well down now in terms of days left to work. Just looking for the Chewy incoming plane, Alexandra and Tim. It must be imminent on my line of sight, and yes, sure it is. Too far. Yeah. You can't give me a telescope, Ali buying Ken. The wheels were off the deck. There's a few more people to my left now, so I have to kind of pivot a little bit to check for anything. That's my story anyway. Nice early turn. Sure, there's a striped Condor that needs to be moving soon. See somebody on finals. We've got that BizJet coming in, haven't we, folks? It's the NA to NA Cessna 680A citation latitude. Rocking and rolling. At least we know that this is the Dusseldorf branch of NA. Very natty. Should just cross over with the Chewy 737, all being well. There we go. All those happy tourists back from Mallorca. let's get our citation scooting in. Excitation with Cessna citation. Kind of plane I'd like to be going back with. Better go to our next arrival. Our Freebird from Antalya. I hope everybody is having a good day. Anyone that's just joined, you are at Dusseldorf Airport with Plane Sailing Aviation, Mark on commentary, here from car park 7. Doesn't sound the most glamorous of locations, but actually from a perspective point of view, it's absolutely spot on. Thank you for taking the time to join our live stream. And we better watch out for our, are you there QC Cap? Because our Dash 8 de Havilland is on finals, so let's have that. Sky Alps. It's a bit obstructed in a minute, but I've been looking forward to this myself. Nell, if you're watching this on highlights, this one's for you. I reckon this was the only turboprop listed, so hopefully you've had a chance to use your turboprop emojis, folks. Don't forget you've got that in your arsenal should you wish to deploy. Oh, I've not seen a Freebird in gold trim before. Just fired a quick shot there, you've stuck at the screen. I've seen it in other colours are available apparently. Eurowings in the foreground, must be due to go soon. Well, the stairs are still there, but I don't think the door's open. Nope. Just going to rest us there, folks, give me a chance to have a look at what's occurring. DB Bassman, I just spotted your question about the split winglets on the Chewy 737. I don't know is the honest truth in terms of whether that is just the max variant. I was having a little news myself. Suffering that sensory overload though, I might have to take a picture of this one, folks, as well. A little belter. Hold on. book, better get the Aegean though. No point in short filling us. A320 incoming from London. Splendid with sunglasses. Wrap around, of course. Yeah, we'll not be doing any of that trackside either today. Don't think I'd do it justice somehow. We got sunglasses wrong. Sorry if you're getting a slightly wobbly image. The wind is picking up a bit here. Really isn't supposed to add up to much, but whether it's because we're at a slightly more elevated position or not, I couldn't be sure. The sky is definitely working towards that blue sky that has been forecast, so I think the weather pods are correct on that one. We've got Aegean starting services at Newcastle next month as well. We do hope to be there for that too. All things being equal. So I'm sorry I'm not in the chat live at the minute, so don't think me rude if I've missed your entry, folks. Better keep the camera twirling. The streamers that operate as one-man bands know you. And I know this would have been called in the chat. Number 330. Finding dexterity a little bit trickier today because I'm having to keep one hand on the centre as much as I can. Oh. There's a flying deck chair waiting to go, mate, no question. So I'm just going to have to drop in and catch up best I can. Oh yes, excellent work on the emojis, folks. Rainer leading the charge for Islandia. Rainer with a second lap. Alexandra giving it full whack. Ken Alloway giving it a fearsome 12. Michelle Johnson, of course Michelle famously likes her turbos. Oh, and some more. Oh, I can hear a helicopter, I just can't see. Oh, it's right over my head. I won't chase that one. Sorry if I've missed your message, and Tim, you did shout me on the 330. I'm just going to have to alter my modus operandi slightly, I think. I'm having to work a little bit out of kilter here, trying to keep a hold on the tripod to stop it wibbling away, but also with people to my left I need to just keep pivoting a little bit to see. You haven't got quite the same clean lines on approach, but you did shout it, and Andy P, it does sound windy. Out of curiosity, if I take the shotgun mic, is that better or worse for you sound wise? If you could quickly let me know, because I'll put it back in. Alibi, do not apologise for being busy. But yeah, quickly let me know whether this sound is less windy and audible, And thanks Alexandra Wood should I say, Alexandra. Condor in from Palma, and it's a stripy tail fin, just how I like them. Blue one going to the right and a green one to the left. Does that work for you, Les? Less stripy, some stripes. Right, I'm just going to check on the sound whether you actually think that is better or worse. Michelle Johnson, that is unbelievable support. Oh, it really does. I've not seen, let's have a look. Stick with the wind sense, Rab. I'm going to do that quickly. Sorry, I've just realised that you will have me back now. Please, please confirm. When I switch things over, I didn't put the sound, the shotgun back on. Elementary error. Oh dear. Don't kill me, folks. Don't kill me. Yeah, Les, the stripy tail seems a better compromise. Eurowings to Mykonos, A319 and one to Heathrow. Well, I'll assume this is the Mykonos plane. There's a 320, I think, plane. The plane. there is Mykonos bound 319, inching out the pits. Plain looking Eurowings A320 must be the Heathrow one. I can't see anything else that could possibly be in that space. Yeah, no, I think you're all back with the sound. Thanks Ali, bye Michelle, folks. Sound again, Vislandia. Schoolboy error. Ali, bye. Ali, bye. Been in the emoji store. I'm sure Ken has got some kind of emoji store that he's running with Rainer. But yeah, hearing trumpet, or in fact I think that's a megaphone, isn't it? But I think, no question, I have no clue why I overlooked switching that on. Oh dear. Never less than fun. Although I do apologise for that. Although maybe a bit of silence from Mark's not a bad thing. Don't say that, folks, you break me out. Anyway, just look at, our base is packed with happy campers off to Mykonos. I'm happy on their behalf, to be honest. Yeah, we started on that road to ruin on sand, didn't we, when I was trying to find a way of alleviating some of the wind. Whereas normally you wouldn't use your camcorders in microphone and expect a better outcome there because of the type of mic it is. It's got a feature in there for use on high wind days, which I'd set up this morning, so I was, after yesterday's business at Schiphol, clearly not the way to go. Les, back to the grind. Well listen mate, thank you for your great support. Oh, Wookiee alert, never heard that one start. There you go, bit of a Air Baltic tailfin, RCC, confirming sound okay. Roger that one and all. Much humility at this end. So off to Mallorca. Some more lucky souls. Air Baltic A220-300 is bound for. And I think next depart, I'm sure it's been called in the chat, indulge me, let's have a look. The A320 to Heathrow I think looks like it's next to go, although the Mykonos one looks like it's teed up to go short. So folks, if you're new to the show, you're listening to Mark at Dusseldorf Airport, bringing you the action. Somebody's rolling. Bizjet. Eurowings is going out short as suspected. The A319 baby bus on its way to Mykonos, followed I think by sister plane, the A320 to Heathrow. Mad Matt, I think if you go in the community posts, I think it's my last but one community post. No, the last community post, the one where I'd got the Schiphol planes of interest on. I think you'll see at the bottom it's on there, but let me know if you can't find it and I'll repost it later. It's definitely on there. Ken was asking the same question earlier on. Ken, back in the chat, I think the only thing you missed was me goofing up the sound, trying out something different, and in fact not realising that the shotgun mic was in fact then switched off. Right, the big BizJet seats turned out to be a bit of a bonus, to be honest. We haven't got many planes on the car park now, not at this end. So just going to go with that firm favourite. Give me a chance to quickly have a look-see. Oh, that's interesting, Tim Trainer. Beach King Air 350i NA to NA. Why would it be? Italian Air Force. Ooh, that does sound tasty. Ooh, I might have visual actually on that. Good spot. Skiathos, yes is a long story short, Rab H. We just haven't got to that point yet, I think, in the early days of the channel. It looks a lot of fun, doesn't it? I think it'll be about choosing to go at a time of year as well where I wouldn't get burnt to a crisp. I think the kit doesn't like working in high temperatures either. Right, let's look for this Italian Air Force Beach King Air 350. I see it, you see it there, but it's a bit small for you at the minute. Pretty much down before it come into view there, really, but something different for us. Having travelled from NA, it now finds itself here at Dusseldorf. Somebody's lining up as well. I'm going to pull away for that in this. I'll pull away now because I think that's going to exit very sharply. And I expect the Eurowings A320 to Heathrow to start moving. Hopefully we'll pick that Italian Air Force plane, the Beach King, shortly. That's confounded me. Matt's found the flight number. Excellent, mate. Excellent. Jonathan Young, good morning to you. Welcome to the stream. Oh, I'm not sure about the sound thing here, folks. I think the main thing is that Rab's got it in both. Not sure, Chris, why you've only got the one. Might be your local setup, mate. I don't think anything I'm doing at this end. There's plenty I do get up to. Yeah, Rab H, Mini St Martin, definitely. That's another iconic spot, isn't it? trouble is, there's one obvious downside to sending me anywhere hot and nice, apart from, you know, the sunburn and all that malarkey. There's a high possibility that I'd actually miss my own show. Excessive relaxation and all that. Me firing a single snap off there, folks. Rascal that I am. Here the Wookie off to Palma, A220. Showtime. Wookie is in the house. Might be the only one we have between now and show's end as well. Stand to be corrected on that though. I haven't been very well caffeinated when I was going through the movements. It's the first thing I'll be doing in line with DB Bassman's instructions when I get to the airport. Some coffee and cake. Then, because I've got a bit of time on my hand, I will progress upwards and entirely obey Rainer's very kind instruction to get a cold one in. Now I can't see this one, it's probably in the chat, so you're going to have to rely on looking in the chat. I could see the tail fin and I didn't recognise it. You'll see, I mean, that. Look at that. I don't see anything on my flight radar that would correspond with that. Let's see if the chat has got anything on that. Tim Trainer calling 320 Eurowings, call through to Dusseldorf, 6 minutes away. Plenty of emoji action again. I tell you what, if we aggregated it up, we'd be taking off. Ken, no, not Millicent Martin. I love these shows. We rattle along at a nice pace. Right, here we go. Genuinely have no clue where this is going. I'll stick my neck out and say somewhere in Turkey. To the latest chat and work backwards, I think. Alexandra Wood, currently pinging for departure. Oh, yeah. Condor 757 in green stripes. I must, for all you Celtic fans, probably less compelling for others, except if you like the stripe livery, which of course I do. So, roger that, Alexandra. Aegean 320 to Athens, and the Global Airways 320 to NA. Kind of sounds like a waterboarding destination, doesn't it? Tim Trainer confirming Aegean on final. I've got eyesight there on that one. Thank you both. Then I better have a quick check on my hardware setup, haven't I? So let's just get ready for the incomer. Make sure we've got enough juice pumping into the right bits. What am I snagging on? That lamppost, I think. An old message. It's Aegean, isn't it? Wow. Anyone seen this livery before? I'll take a snap of that when it comes by, the old scrapbook. Tim, Alexandra, I'm telling you now, I was momentarily thinking, what the devil, am I running off an old message? Oops. Sorry folks. Looking over my shoulder. I got the sense that others were looking, and nice. Just have a panoramic view so I can have a quick Aegean 320 pinging out. I'm at that 321 in the forward now. Let's see. Keep my eye open for the Eurowings. I can't see it now actually. I suppose I better hope I can have my cake and eat it. Take a picture of the Aegean and have our corkscrew incoming Eurowings too. There we go. Got to take a picture, folks. You know it's got to be done. Just the one. So if you like what you see, please do hit the like button, and if you're not yet subscribed, we'd love to have you with Plane Sailing Aviation. Neither cost you anything, so they're great ways to support a channel. Stripe Condor about to strike up a band. I'm ready to get ready for that. And rolling. There you go. Next plane out. Let's have a look, see what the chat says. What is the next plane out, chaps? 14 degrees centigrade in East Lothian. Doesn't sound too bad, does it? I don't think you'd be throwing your coat away. To be fair, I thought I'd be out of my jacket by now, and I'm jolly well not. I'm expecting 23 degrees by show's end. I'm just not sure if the British Met Office was the way to go when visiting Germany. Definitely floppy hat territory though, I reckon, in sun cream. I reckon you could, even now I think, if it doesn't get any sunnier, I think there'd be a serious chance of going home with a bit of burn. Go. So Alexandra, was that Global Airways to NA? Because I think that came in as a plane one, didn't it? Plane. Right, so let's have a look. Oh, aye. Tim Trainer. This Europa Park livery plane, did they have multiple Europa Park variants? I've definitely seen a Eurowings in that at Newcastle some months ago. Couldn't remember if it was a 320 or a 319. Boy, anyone that's not seen that one, it won't be for everybody's taste, but yeah, I'm just looking at the picture of it in from Mahon, that's better. Right, let's get on it. Doing okay for the liveries this weekend. Well, whether it's to your taste or not, I reckon you could reasonably describe it as pretty funky. Keeping an eye out for the next arrival, a Eurowings baby bus from Tivat. We'll stay with this for as long as we can. Anybody in the chat ever been to Europa Park? What is this? This isn't the Europa Park one, is it? I've just realised I am converging this with something else. It looks like it's got something else. Oh, it is Europa Park. Oh, shut up, Mark. For some reason it looked marginally different to how I remembered it. More or less the same, but... quick pick for the scrapbook. Just catching this up in reverse. Dora says the plane should have been in Orlando. Ken thinks it should be repainted. I quite like it. I turned out specially to film that one at Newcastle. The last time I'd spotted it for there, I put some time aside and the ops team at Eurowings pulled the 66 on me by switching it last minute. But Ken's not giving it plane of the day. Is that your... Ken, is that your not special livery emoji expression? Plane of the day, special livery, so to say, special livery emoji with 3 X's. And Simon Kirby is not much loving it either, I see. Grab H, sweet livery. I'm more, yeah, I'm quite positive about it. It's cheerful and funky. If I'm honest, I prefer it to the Smurfs Brussels Airlines livery. But other than that Welling special livery job that we saw earlier in the show that I got the tail fin in 2 paint colours, which looked like a very half-hearted attempt at being special at anything. I just trailed off there because I thought I could hear something swirling away, but wasn't sure if it was our Italian Air Force friends on the way back out in their Beach King. I have to be honest though, Europa Park livery or not, I don't feel much inclined towards discovering more about Europa Park. I'm sure it's fabulous, but fabulous enough for this old guy, I'm afraid. Simon says I've gone quiet. I shouldn't have gone quiet, but whether I've moved slightly off mic, I'm only running a single mic here to try and keep things sensible, noise-wise. Could try hollering a bit more, I suppose. I'll tell you what, incoming action from Eurowings, income up on Palmer, we'll have it. If I can do it without avoiding snagging the focus, that would be a triumph. kind of wondering what the airport experience is going to be like on the outward journey. So I'm leaving Dusseldorf on a Eurowings. I think it's a 319. Is it a 319? Catch that detail up later. I'm kind of wondering how much of a faffle it will be getting through security. So last time I came ish this way with the Schiphol trip a couple of months back, Amsterdam security was absolutely excellent. You can imagine when you're taking a live stream show abroad, there's a lot of kit that they're going to be interested in, but such was the state of the art of their scanners, they didn't need to unpack everything. Ooh, hang on, let's take a close up. Interesting. I mean, Newcastle, I had to take everything out of boxes and so forth, and there's nothing wrong with that. Diligence is what it is. But Schiphol, last time I travelled out from there, I couldn't believe it. It was way easier. And Terminal 5 is another place that's I always find a bit of a faff as well at Heathrow. Much as I love Terminal 5. Top heavy with Eurowings action at the minute. Say top heavy, you know what I mean. See, the chat's moved into biscuits, which yeah, do I love a biscuit. Pegasus incomer, A321 from Istanbul. Right, okay, I'll look out for that one, thank you very much. Got visual on it, but it's just not in a camera friendly position at the minute. I've just seen your very generous super chat, mate. Jump big on my screen as we watch this Pegasus A321 from Istanbul. Ken, you're such a friend to the channel. Awesome support, buddy. I don't know what to say. Everybody that supports us by watching us upwards, but you are the support we get from you, second to none. Well, you and a number of you actually. That's not quite said how I meant to say it, but you know what I mean. There's some really good friends this channel has, in particular, and I just want to say thank you. It's also a judicious moment for me to actually, we ain't closing the show yet, but to say a particular thanks to our mods as well, and the time that they give to this channel. So, you know, Ken, who obviously just super chatted us, but you know, Alibi batted an innings and a half yesterday at Schiphol. Alexandra Wood only recently joined us as a moderator, but awesome support. Nell W, JP Gore, all of you. So, you know, hats off always to the moderators. Hats off. Anyone that's, I often say this, anyone that's ever modded on the channel knows it's no easy thing, and because we're blessed with some great personalities, I say some, they're all great personalities, we're very lucky at Plane Sailing Aviation. Right, well, I better put that in my notebook, haven't I? My referee's notebook. Ken Super. I know what I mean later. Mark shorthand or half shorthand. Oh dear. Peter PDK, my eyes just fell on you in the chat. Good afternoon and welcome to Plane Sailing Aviation, Peter. Hope all is good with you. Welcome to Dusseldorf. The show moves on, doesn't it? So where are we here? On for about another 2 hours. 2 hours or yeah, 2 hours. I'm in local time now. And that in Brea, that's a telescope team. I've got to take that. But I'm going to blame Ken Alloway in the kindest possible way for putting me on my heels. Yeah, telescope, full on telescope, didn't see that until it was virtually wheels down. Oh dear. Alexandra, I'm just looking at the pigs emoji. I'm guessing that's for this baby, the flying pigs. Trouble is, that's all you see, isn't it? If you say, what's your first thoughts? I see Pegasus on the tail, but I'm seeing flying pigs at the front. It's like, you know those estate agency signs that say to let? I just see toilets. It's almost like someone's taken the eye out that would complete it, but anyway, that's a random markism. Flying pigs, or taxiing pigs. Right, looks like we've got a Eurowings departure. Snuck out while I'm babbling on. So as always folks, if you like what you see, please do give us that support. With a like, and if you're not yet subscribed, we'd love to have you with us on our journey. We really would. Slightly confused by where this appeared from, but obviously it's off the gate. So let's go back to our Flying Pigs A321. Just a quick snap. I don't think I've seen that in the 321 trim. Tim Trainer says next in a 321 Anadolu jet operated by Turkish. Looking out for it, buddy, looking out for it. I think I've got visual actually. I'm just going to rest the camera in a neutral position for a second. In fact, better still, do better than that, can't we? Let's put the KLM in shot. It is an Anadolu jet. So, I'm going to have us ready, I think. There's nothing else to show you that's moving in the foreground, so we may as well be teed up. Incoming action, A321 from Istanbul, folks. We saw one of these at Schiphol yesterday. First nip of aviation fuel I've received today. I don't know if that's indicative that the wind's moved. It is supposed to be north-northeasterly throughout the show, which I think roughly what we had at Schiphol. I say roughly. the same. Probably not surprised we're not that far away. Eurowings lining up, so I better make ready for that one. Rubbish, next in Vulcan, followed by Concorde and a VC10. That has definitely tickled me pink. That would be a good day out, wouldn't it, plane spotting wise? I'm guessing, I mean, we're all, you know, mixed ages in the charts. I mean, I've seen all three, and I wish I could experience the sensation of seeing them again. Well, I'm not quite sure what's the hold up here. Well, we've got another 737 Corridon inbound. Thanks, Tim. Can't see it yet, so that's do you know what? I'm going to bring you back to that. No, not showing you rocky buildings. Not one is this little belter. So I'm just going to fire a quick snap off here, folks. And now we are to it. Milan bound baby bus. Gonna have a quick check on power and stuff in a bit, haven't I? Let's put it in the sky first. And there's another one lined up behind it, but the old saying goes, one thing at a time. According to my flight radar, I must have miscalled that. According to flight radar, I'm looking at, the next one to go is in fact Milan, so what the devil I called the preceding one, who knows. Just watching out for that Corridon. Well, that's interesting, Alexandra. There was a plane that pinged and disappeared again. Grab H, I can remember as a very, very young sprat going to the airport with my grandfather who used to be on the maintenance at British Airways, sitting in the pilot seat. Used to dream of being a pilot, just sadly not smart enough for that level of sophistication. Oh. It really is awkward here with the flight radar stuff. I think between, oh hang on a minute, Alibi's got Alibi's got buffering. I've not got buffering, Alibi. Let's just move the camera. No, let me take the incoming plane and then we'll take stock. So if you can hear me, please bear with me. I'm looking at what I'm pointing at the minute, but 10's got buffering. I'm just going to film the action as it folds for the next 30 seconds or so, and we'll back and check if we've passed the buffering moment. I could look to drop the bit rate, but I don't know why. Simon Kirby says seem to have stopped now, so I think we're going to hold as we are at the minute. We've been on air 3 hours without blemish, and then I suddenly thought, is this going to be some kind of throttling thing? As I say, we got upload speed to burn so at the start of the show, so I'm a little bit puzzled as to whether that is an external matter that's caused that. Not that we were doing, but I could have run 4K when we started. And obviously at 1080p we're well inside that number. Pocket rocket indeed, the preceding departure. Right, Corridon 737 incoming, I see it, team. I'm wondering now about this buffering caper though. I was just thinking, what's changed? I'm just going to leave the camera there a minute, folks. I want to check you're still with me. Grab H, probably YouTube. Yeah, but we had a difficult day yesterday, and it's been playing on my mind before I got here today, because sometimes you can expect, I don't know, how can I put it, if you know you're running a marginal signal, expect tricky stuff. You know, if push had come to shove, I'd have gone with 720p today, if that's what it had taken to make sure we got a show out. But of course you take a trade-off in picture quality as well. Whereas when I set up here today, we actually have plenty of juice in the tank. Plenty. Anyway, Andy P, thanks for your confirmation. In fact, thanks everybody for awesome support, folks. Awesome. So Air France Hop, our next incomer. I'm going to stay with the Corridon just a tidge longer. Incoming from Paris Charles de Gaulle is our Air France Hop. An Embraer 190 standard. We're just about to go that way now. you what has occurred to me. This spot is great from a perspective point of view, even if it is a bit cluttered towards the left. But I think on a windy day it would be quite difficult. Wind speeds at around sort of 6 knots or thereabouts, plus the gusts. I can't remember what we said now for that. 15 or something like. Not particularly windy in the scheme of wind, is it? Tell you what did gut me after the show yesterday at Schiphol. I mean, you can't figure it really. So although there was a refreshments truck there, no ice cream van. Eurowings baby bus on Palmer, next plane in shot. As I was saying on stream, a 99 would have gone a long way yesterday. Ride with hot. I'm going to take this out a bit so I can have a quick look in the chat, check I've still got you. It's the biggest paranoia that I'm jabbering away and you're just looking at the circle of death. Simply wouldn't do. Run to the next one going out. Oh, it's that Freebird in gold. VIP customers only on this plane. I thought that was one of my pieces of kit alarming. It seems to be some sort of chime announcement downstairs. I was literally looking at my encoder, looking at my power banks and thinking, I don't think I've ever heard that sound before. Well, I'm not likely to. It's nothing I've brought with me. So 30 minutes away from a battery change with this cell. I did say this would probably be a bit shorter than its usual life, but I think with the battery on charge we should be good till the end of the show. Right, here we go. Sweet home Alabama, indeed, Ken. Oh, I'll have a quick swallow of water. Just realised. I was thinking, since I've been thinking about that 99 ice cream. I realised I'd not had a drink. Got that wrong, right? Let's have a look. Alexandra says pinging for departure, Iberia 320 to Madrid and a flying pigs to NA. Corridor 737 to NA. Tell you what, some beds are going to be hard to get hold of in NA. Oh, that's interesting, Michelle. YouTube and Facebook yesterday evening was a right pain. I I've only just, as executive lounge members that have signed up to the Facebook option will appreciate, I've only just got involved with Facebook, but I'm quite enjoying my early foray. There we go. The Federales are on a mission. That didn't look like an ambulance to me, but I stand to be corrected. Oh, yeah. Ken, you're right. Eurowings Central, it is their hub, isn't it? So I'm hopping about left, right, centre here. Alibi, 99 red balloons. That's another one that's itching for yeah, an Arab H. I was just wrestling there. 99 red balloons. Doris, you're a man after my own heart. Taking a cold one. DV Bassman, I wouldn't take any capturing, would I? Deary me. Oh yeah, right, Ken, you've been in the 99 cones with the raspberry sauce at the beach. Yeah, that's the bit I was missing, the raspberry sauce. Definitely. Rab, I do not know what I've done, but forgive me, world. Oh dear, I'm working back up the chat now. So sorry if I've missed anybody's entry. Or exit for that matter, as people come and go. Right, is the corridor that's on its way out to NA, I think. So a bit of synchronicity with corridor, one in, one out. And the Iberia A320 is, well, just rest on this Condor because you don't want to look at a building. It's just starting to inch forward. It's on the roll. Rab H, not a fan. Oh dear. It's like Twitter, isn't it? These things are not for everybody. I think you just have to find the things that you like. I mean, I've not really discovered the joy of Instagram, for example. Some people love it. We are kind of hoping though the Facebook thing works out for the channel for those of you who do enjoy Facebook. There seems to be a kind of gap otherwise. Twitter, which we use to kind of promote the show or the odd pictures we take on our travels, isn't quite the same, I think, for connectivity in terms of, that side of things. 140 characters don't go far for a start, does it? Ali, do you want to flake in that, love? I could just kind of imagine, I've yet to meet Ken, but I'm just trying to imagine in my mind's eye. Do you want to flake in that, love? Yeah. No, he's not. Can't believe I forgot the raspberry sauce though. Right, Bucharest incoming baby bus. With who other than Eurowings. Who will be taking me home later today. I think traffic levels have been really good, folks. What do you think? We've had the odd little gaps. You're going to get those. There's not many airports are on that kind of Heathrow scale. And of course, Amsterdam, where we were yesterday, they operate multiple runways to share the heft out. Tim Trainer, Nouvelle Air on approach. Thank you, my friend. That caught my eye earlier on. That's from Monastir, isn't it? I don't think it's one I recollect seeing anywhere. Just about to come into shot, so let's do it. Nouvelle Air. That's a Nouvelle idea. Doubting whose airline that is. Bigger font not available. Kind of reason I'm glad we chose Dusseldorf though, because I do like my tail fins as well. You see, tail fins and types. That's what I reckon it's all about. Tail fins and types. It's really one of the reasons why we had worked on Madrid in May, but in the end couldn't quite jack up what we wanted. And of course Madrid in the heat of summer is a bit too fearsome. Oh, let's have a close up. Get a close up coming on, folks. Airlines next in. Atlanta to Dusseldorf. 9 minutes away, thanks Tim. Oops. The Nouvelle Air's got away from me. I think it's being wind assisted as it taxis in. We'll have to take a picture of this, folks, when it gets a bit nearer. Take a banker shot now. Oh, post came into view. Stupid mark. Just the one, thank you. What I'll do is, we obviously use some of these for different things like Twitter or whatever, but back to the Facebook thing. Whatever images I've got that are worth sharing, I'll put them on Facebook for those who do want it. I don't say that as a taste of Facebook. It's just a case of sharing them where I'm best able to share them. See if our Condor's looking any further progressed. Delta overhead, says Andy P. I've probably only just caught your message, so it's probably long gone now, but the cloud, yeah, it's breaking a little bit over my head. Let's just give you a little bit of sky cover. So, as you see, definitely more than a hint of blue. Oh, somebody's rolling. It's our outgoing European air charter. Is this the one that's NA? A320. Oh, thanks Alexandra. I thought it was an NA, that one. Marsa Alam, Egypt. That was where that European air charter was bound for. Don't worry, Ken. Mark didn't torment himself too much. Kind of realised that the moment had gone. Oh dearie me. Eurowings on approach. Tim Trainer, thank you buddy. That's interesting. Olbia. Another baby bus. I'll have to look this up. In fact, anyone's in flight radar, how many A319s do Eurowings operate? Just a curiosity. Oh dear. Approaching Eurowings now, folks. Battery change 16 minutes it says. I think I can eke another 5 out of this. Just want to make sure we get the run time out the show. These aren't difficult conditions today, but I'm wondering if the runway, I'll let you know when your takeoffs are never the same, are they? But I'll let you know how the runway feels, because landings have been pretty smooth, haven't they? Pretty smooth. Make a right, make a right. Hard right. So if you've just joined us, welcome to Dusseldorf. Camera being piloted by Mark, Plane Sailing Aviation. That's my dulcet tones you can hear in the chat. Ooh, we've got our Dash 8 scampering out. Fly out, indeed. Thanks for your turboprop emojis, folks. Simon Kirby says Eurowings operate 31 319s, and I reckon we've seen a good proportion of them so far. Off for our incomer. Oh, that's different. I think this was the 737 that I was on about at the start of the show. Quite like the livery. I don't know what you think, folks, whether you think I've completely taken leave of my senses. So this was the tailwind 737, wasn't it? From Antalya. When I was scooting through flight radar this morning, I thought, well, that looks quite good in the picture. I wonder how it'll look in person. Pretty swish, I reckon. For me, that is the kind of livery that wouldn't look out of place on a private jet. Although I might actually change the colour, but I quite like the... what do you call it? Is it a swirl that goes along the fuselage? Probably not. Just checking out the use of the emojis. Reiner's giving it max revolutions. Vislandia too. Alexandra Wood. Bulgaria Air on approach, says Tim. I see it, Tim. I'll stay with... I'm going to be conflicted here, aren't I? I'll go with the approach of Bulgaria Air. Just a picture of this. Come on, Bulgaria Air. Lufthansa as well, the next one in. PB, when you say turning the clocks back, I guess you're not talking about daylight saving, because I'm with you, mate. I've often said I'd love a time machine. Wouldn't we all, I guess, but I'd be using retro settings, not going into the future. I'm just going to take a picture here, I think, folks, and just... take the bank a bet. Bulgaria, here we come. Well, a lot of planes on the show today. Go to our tailwind. Not any rush to make the gate. Oh yeah. I swear I can hear something. We'll take the Lufty on the finals. Qatar Airways livery A319. Well, not much not to like there, folks, is there? just fired a quick shot off there, folks, so sorry about the pause. You'd say that looks like a no-frills operator, doesn't it? Minutes on the clock. I'll tell you what we'll do, as soon as this passes my centre line, we'll go for the battery change, folks, if that's okay. Give us a chance to get the star. No, we better not. We'll let the Star Alliance. Oh, hang on, something on approach as well. Oh, Mark wants to call it to the wire. Eurowings Naples flight A319, so I'm going to go for it. Screen will go blank and I'll be back in 2 secs, folks. That was me checking to see if you could see the screen. Cool. Wasn't quite my smoothest, but it was under a bit of pressure, I reckon. So I wanted to be ready for this. Anyway, reduced. I'm just going to pop this battery on because I'm kind of living on half charges now. That's nice, isn't it? I'll just take one more snap, follow up. I must be developing something of a Star Alliance fetish. Popping that battery on charge, folks. Next challenge is going to be how to get my tablet charged up. It's going to be like Michelle Johnson's phone, where it gets a bit hand to mouth. But let's park this plane up first. Jamie Miller joins us, renews with us, more accurately. Good morning, Jamie. Welcome to the stream, mate. Welcome back, and thanks for renewing your membership. So appreciated. Really does help us massively, the support we get. And this entire weekend has been made possible by the generous support we get from members and others who've supported us by other means. So thank you one and all. So on air today till 2 o'clock local time here in Dusseldorf, which will be 1 o'clock UK. We have a Chewy incomer, 737-800 inbound from Faro. But we'll have a nice close-up shot of this Eurowings arrival. Yet another one of the 31 baby buses that they have in the fleet. Right, I think we're about ready for Chewy. And so we are. think we were talking about this earlier on in the chat. There's an 800 in Skimiters as well. Skimiters. Skimitter. People here, it's not the same as the Polderbahn numbers wise, but for a car park next to the airport, quick scooch round, I can probably see about 20 people. Lots of long lenses and people enjoying the planes, which is great to see. Must be pretty expensive to park here though, because there's a lot of spaces. Alexandra Wood, let's hope that tailwind is not sat in the field. Parking can't be that tight here at Dusseldorf. But like overspill parking, that kind of thing. How's the 380 doing time-wise, folks? I've got it in my head. That was, in fact, if I remember correctly, there's a number of interesting moves. Oh, you probably heard that bleep as well, folks. I'm just wondering what that's telling me. I'll have to work my way through what the bleep means. Tablet seems to make that sound for about 7 different things. And I know you'll say, well, yeah, but you can individualise your alerts. Clearly, oh, stripy Condor, that's what it's telling me. It's not really telling me stripy Condor, it's telling me a stripy tailfin Condor. Where this one's going, folks, so I'll have to rely on Alexandra and Tim. How majestic is that? See a tap. So I've got a 330 fixation going on there, but I'd seen there's a 320 tap homing in. I don't realise we've got a 330 that were due out around that time. My heart skipped a beat with excitement. Oop. Hold her there for the minute, just give me a chance to check for the housekeeping. Plane finder no more helpful, Alexandra. What kind of day is this? Rab's headphones seem to have bit the dust. Oh my dear. Just catching this one up. Yeah, DB Bassman, yeah, they've decided just to stripe the tail fin. saves a bit. I'm a long way behind, I've just realised, so I'm going to get right to it. So that Condor was to Fuerteventura. Departures Eurowings A390 to Palma. Okie dokie. Next incomer, of course, will be an Air Baltic, another Wookiee incoming from Rome. So let's have that, folks, without further ado. I didn't think we'd see another Wookiee today, so we are blessed. Pull us away shortly. With the Eurowings incomer, A320 from Thessalonica. I'm just balancing between at the minute. A380 alert, Tim Trainer, roger that, my friend. Roger that. How alert do I need to be? Ken confirming this Wookiee's a 3-year-old one, so a relatively young Wookiee. Right, let's get our Thessalonica 320. That's an interesting shot. Will I get the right perspective? Looks like a bit of a race on here. Just taking a quick snap, folks, for posterity. Racing to the parking lot. Get a view there, we're not going to get, I put the wrong choice on after there. Yeah, building towards 380 time. I'll look to the chat for the latest. Tim put me on alert. I think last I had in my brain 1:15 local time was ballpark arrival. Bit of departure action to take in while we await the 380, the king of the skies. Can't wait to see the 380. I mean, we've all we've seen it many times, but the sounds of it, I mean, obviously takeoffs are great, but I love the sound of them as they come in. you tell the wind's picking up again? I can feel it trying to lift the brim of my hat. Really quite consistent. Anyway, next departure. Turning in Embraer to Amsterdam. Smiley dolphin. Aegean is next out, so 321, A380 on approach. Check me out, getting excited. Garbage, I couldn't possibly say that word, but can one of the mods release it? It's just a very long Welsh sounding name. Is it the old Landfair PG thing, which I could never get to the bottom of that. Nouvelle Air A320, back to Monastir, now pinging 1330. Let's have the Aegean first, and I'll be watching for that 380. We feel my excitement levels climbing. So we'll check out this. That's beautiful looking. A321. So folks, anyone that's joined us recently or has stayed with us throughout, or even for that matter been in and out, thank you for spending time with Plane Sailing Aviation this Sunday morning. King of the Skies is now, I don't think I can make it work from here, I think it will snag, but I'm getting excitable. And fortuitously, the space next to me has gone entirely clear at the minute, so let's see what we can have. I don't think I can chase any more than that, so I'll not chase. King of the Skies inbound, folks, inbound. Says flying apartment block incoming. It really is a Goliath, isn't it? Right, so we're going to have to then say goodbye to it for a little bit and try and avoid the risk of snagging on that spotlight that you'll see in the bottom left of your screen. Feeding slowly, get round the spotlight. What's not to like? I don't know, perhaps the purists would say you prefer to see the latest Emirates livery on it. I'm sure they're getting around to it. Oh, looking at this, I'm looking at all manner of emoji stuff. Plane of the day looks to have been shouted. Ken Alloway. Alexandra Wood's first in with the Plane of the Day trophy, and Ken's doubled in with it. More trophy emojis. Reiner's having a piece of the action. Oh, and the livery is. Oh, I'm getting confused there. Is that confusing myself with my eyesight? Plane of the day, plane of the day. Jamie Miller, plane of the day. Rob H is going to go for the. Come on, Mark, keep up. Ugly, but a fine piece of engineering. Well, I don't think that's a. Sorry, folks. I don't think that's a contentious point about it being a fine piece of engineering. I have to say, though, I just see a thing of beauty. In the meantime, there's some other planes arriving. Only on this occasion, it's our 757 Condor in special livery. I hope you like this, folks. I was quite excited about it. (757-300) on Palmer. Personal plane. I'm going to go off in a different direction there, folks. What a belt. Twisting myself up there, trying to get the. However, it's all about the 380 first, the flying apartment block, as Ken calls it. So two absolute belters in a few minutes. It's something taxiing, but hearts on this at the minute. The Condor 75 is only just vacating anyway, so I don't think the next plane is going to be. Oh, all the Eurowings in the foreground. I guess you're talking the 380 there, Rob. Yeah, it is probably the least beautiful aspect of its design. I can see something lining up to go, I'm not sure what it is. Reports, my radar. Chewy to Lanzarote. Thanks, Alexandra. Chewy to Lanzarote. That's the next 737. We'll cut to that in a minute, folks. The Condor 75 is coming at a very slow rate, so with a bit of luck I'll get a chance to get a picture off and get the Chewy. It's nice to have a dilemma on choices. So if you wonder where our rather gorgeous 75 is, in Mark's eyes at least, it'd be there. And coming from Mallorca, and a Lanzarote bound Chewy 737-800, I think it is. Very much looking to set off. Kind of hoping it parks up. Well, I was hoping it was going to park up here, but it's driving on by, isn't it? I thought this is where they were putting their 75s. I'm going to take a bank of bet pitch here, folks, so it will stutter your screen momentarily. Right, I'm glad I did that because the Chewy's rolling. Sorry folks, that's me behaving like a snap happy tourist. Promise you I'll do no more for the rest of the show. Let's have the Corridor arrival before Mark totally fixates on one plane. Sorry if I'm missing anything in the chat, I will get to it. It's a great thing about live streaming, trying to work out which plate to spin next. And the rest is there, just nice and neutral for the minute. Right, I suppose I better go to the bottom and work backwards. Sorry folks. So Rab H, I see you are leaving us, and it's been fun to be in your company too, Rab, so thank you very much. Great support. Oop, somebody's rolling. Final plane for you, be Eurowings, almost certainly. So as always folks, if you like what you see, please do give us a like and subscription as well. It would be great, neither cost you anything, but do help us on YouTube massively. So it will be one kind thing you can do. But let's ask a question to the mod team. What is the likes count at the minute? Mine is frozen on my tablet at 17, and I know we were over 100 a while ago. I've just kind of enjoyed myself too much to think about it. Right, working backwards up the chat. Yeah, Michelle, it's definitely a special livery, isn't it? Definitely. Oh, David Palfreman as well. Dopey Gorp. Great to see the emojis getting a good time out. Cafe Spotter. Hello, Cafe Spotter. I'm not sure if this is your entry into the chat or whether I've missed. I've been trying to keep abreast of things as best I can. Oh dear. DB Bassman, thank you so much for your kind words, my friend. I was excited about Dusseldorf myself. Well, I was for Schiphol as well, I'll be honest with you. I think they're two fantastic airports, but not having been here before, I was quite keen to try something in Germany. I know we've not streamed from Frankfurt or Munich before, and they're ones that are for another day. Michelle, I don't know if they'd have that in die-cast. They're missing a trick if they don't. Looks very collectible, that 7.5. Alexandra 149, cracking effort folks. Who's going to bring the 150 up? It's all there to be done. It's been great viewers. Absolutely fantastic support on this stream. The head's been spinning like a top since I got here. I mean, it's such an interesting location. Anyway, interest aside, incoming traffic, I think. Oops, I don't want to get too leery too soon. Incoming flight from Kos. With, you guessed it, I've not been keeping count of the stripes today. I've seen green, I've seen blue, I've seen yellow. I'm tucking tailpins now. Foreground shot. We'll get the striped one when it comes past. Start up, so the tempo's back up again, folks. Europa Park is on the move. So where is our Kos 320? Making fairly stately progress. Trainer confirms we've got a BA 320 from Heathrow on approach. I've got visual on that, Tim. Going to cut to that momentarily. 151 says Vislandia on the lights. Thank you, one and all. Michelle, oh, hang on a minute. That's a good point. I better get some juice into my tablet. Michelle, that was a timely intervention, wasn't it? Let's get British Airways on the board. Striped Condor's not actually that, hasn't made the yards I was hoping for. was get some juice into this tablet. Where are we? We're inside the last hour of the show. I can't believe that, folks. I hope you've enjoyed it as much as I have trackside. Could we make 200 likes, Michelle? That is a very good question. It's up to you, the viewer. Oops. Air France Hop is now returning to Paris and Charles de Gaulle in Rare 190. Because the last 23% on my tablet, reflecting in the last couple of shows, you never seem to get the same value out of the last 10-20%, do you, time wise? Right, could take a quick picture, folks. There you go, that's the one. While I work out how to juice up the tablet. Found what I've been looking for. I think there was a song that kind of goes, found what I've been looking for. Oh. Possibly not. Anyway. Ooh. That's a blow. I am sucked out of power. Let's just take the next arrival while I work out where to rustle up a bit of extra power from. We don't need a lot, do we? So to be fair, we could probably make the show's end with 23% on the tablet, so perhaps I don't need to get my knickers in so much of a twist. I'm looking to the right. Let's say I was going to untwist my knickers and I can hear something moving now. I swear to God, I've got planes, the sound of planes in my head. Let's do that. Kathy Spotter, thank you so much for your kind support, kind words, kind support. We love having you with us. It's such a great group of people in this chat, and you know, if you're in the lounge, the fabled Lurkers Lounge, folks, I'd always say definitely jump into the chat. There is no greater, or nicer, not greater, that's a bit more formal, nicer group of people, genuine and aviation enthusiasts and all round good eggs. Like hanging out with friends, watching the planes, as I often say. So, a bit of a minor calculation. I think we're going to try to run the tablet to the end. Although, wait on a minute, it's just dropped from 23 to 13. Stick with me, folks. Just a spot of jiggery pokery at this end. There we go, I've just lashed a bit of power up. He's in there with a bit of craft work. Very good. I love that song, you know. It takes me right back to my salad years. What, I've been around 16 at the time. No chance of an improvised sing-song from me on that one. Be more patchwork than blooming craft work. Some of the right notes, not in the right order, as I'm fond of saying. Tiddler overhead. It's not worth trying to chase it with a camera. Tiddler's definitely been conspicuous by their absence on the show. Yeah, we might be looking at a slightly earlier finish than 1 o'clock, folks. I've just got the camcorder message up. I've been short charging the batteries now. I've got half an hour on this. On my other power, but I've got 2 power banks. Oh, crikey. A bit like on juice in too many places. Oh, Tim Trainer, 787 alert. Consider me alerted, Tim. That'll be next in, 787 Dreamliner, Qatar. Roger in that. Ali Bayab, you think I'd know, wouldn't you, with the flight time? It's on the last post, last community post I put out with the notables from Schiphol. I think it appears towards the bottom. In rough terms, I think I leave here about 6:30, 20 to 7. Shell past the black livery is the way to go for new austere times, but it doesn't look great, does it? Right, Dreamliner, folks. Dreamliner alerts. Oh, dear me. Start up below me. I figured that was where the blooming Wookiee went, but I'm not hearing any Wookieing. I thought it was a plane, if I'm honest. Definitely not a buzzsaw, I can confirm that. However, I'm not so sure now. Close the show with feast of famine, all because I failed to put one of my camcorder batteries on charge last night. got everything else charged up within an inch of its life, but for some obscure reason, did I think to charge up my big battery? So good as to at least tip trainer's message regarding next movements in. Why that's snagged, I'll never know. Well, I see a corridor lined up. You won't see it yet, of course, but you're going to see it momentarily. There is the source of the noise. However, we've got to get that Qatari Dreamliner, folks, before we go back to the Dreamliner now it's turning in. Aegean, which presumably is returning to Athens, A320. I was just taking stock of the 1,000,001 things that are hobing into view and reflecting I've only got 19 minutes to sell left. Let's get the Chewy 737 that is on finals. and back to our dreamy. No rush here. Anyway, Eurowings arrival from Kalamata, is it? Kalamata? We'll take the nearest one. Give me a chance to have a look, see in the chat. Islandia, I'll have a look later at your landlord horror story. The bits I'm kind of registering don't look great at all. Alexandra Wood. Oh yes. I can't, my head's clogged at the minute folks. Is that Ultravox or Claire Con? Welcome back. Claire, I've missed your entry to the chat. Islandia, took back 20 to 7 I think. If you look at the last community post from me, the flight radar, no, the flight number is on there. Yeah, but I think I take off about 6:40 or something in that region. As much as it's nice to be at home, I'm going to really miss this. A bit of an idea though to make sure I get to the here's 21. Got one clue where it's heading. Sorry I've missed the post on that, Alexandra and Tim. Andalou Jet, it's not blooming Aegean. That's a telescope. Definite telescope, Ken and Alibi. Andalou Jet. I just saw the blue. See it at your pants productions. I'm just trying to work out how to very deftly put a little bit of extra power into right, change of plan at this end folks. Don't go away. I've got charges for charges. wanted to be certain I could get to the show's end, and it was worrying me I was going to be about 7 minutes short. Andy P, yes, if I knew where NA was and I could get there at a reasonable ticket price, I'd be up for that. Yeah, Ken, it's a telescope, weren't it, mate? All day, every day. Probably the best one I've done yet, actually. So that Eurowings departure was off to Venice. Thanks, Alexandra. 20 minutes from show's end. How are we doing on the count of the march to 200? Is there any chance we'll do it? Not the end of the world if we don't, but if we do, it will be great. It's been a real pleasure to be in your company, one and all. So Tim Trainer says next in A320 Welling from Barcelona to Dusseldorf. 14 minutes out, so that might be our last incomer then. We're pretty close. Star Alliance A319 on the way out. Do I like that? Still can't believe it, you know. With the forecast, I genuinely thought I'd be down to a t-shirt. I've got a very fetching Leicester City one, which I was going to cheer Simon Kirby up with, but clearly a treat for the depths of summer. 160 says Ken, 40 to go. Probably a tall order, folks, because I'm guessing most of the people in the chat have already liked tall. So we have a Condor in classic livery from Samos on finals. So focus is proving hard to get this on this one. There we go. Kinds of shades of Thomas Cook, is there not, about this? Rolling, like flying teepee. A321. Glides off the deck. Catch breath. Thanks, Ken. I was wondering where Samos was. Very close to Turkey. That's a little gap. Sounds further flung than that, if I'm honest. Alexandra deployed the pigs. The pigs have been deployed. Alright, quick scooch around. I think Air Portugal are almost odds on to be pushing back. Not sure if they are transponding at the moment. So we are into, of course, if you have, thank you so much. And if you've not liked what you've seen, well, I wouldn't want you to hit the like button if you haven't. It's not how we roll at Plane Sailing Aviation. It's not likes for like's sake, but to do the best we can with YouTube in terms of the way we're promoted. And it's the same with subscribing as well. Train streaking through the background. I was on my first double-decker train actually, as an aside, yesterday between Duisburg and Dusseldorf Airport. Nouvelle Air. Guessing this is going back to Monastery, is it? A320. See Eurowings lined up, so let's just, oh, no time, I can hear with my little ear that things might be moving. Oh, Simon Kirby's forested up today. I'm beginning to wish it was t-shirt weather. The young man next to me has got a Man City shirt. I'm assuming it's a Man City shirt on. Kevin De Bruyne on the back of it. Man City? Yeah, yeah. Sorry? Ah, right. I'm Leicester City, so we don't have to worry about the Champions League. Let alone the final. Off to Dublin anyway. Was about to push out, but got that one wrong. Anyway, let's get North Welling 320 arrival from Barcelona. So we're operating both runways, aren't we, at the minute? So that's it's only just dawned on me that. I've been in the zone. And that'll be followed by another Eurowings square. chat has just jumped a mile. Let's have a look. Tim Trainer, Egypt Air Neo on approach. Yes, you are right, my friend. It is there. I do love the Egypt Air livery. I've got to be honest, that's another one that I'm really quite keen on. We'll pick that one up in a minute as it rolls out, and we'll take this Eurowings departure. 320, I think this was New York, was it? Well, oh, it's great. Stripy Condor on its way as well, stripy Condor tail fin, I spy with my little eye. Which will be off to Gran Canaria. I'll just wait for the minute it starts rolling. What have we got left on the tablet? 10%. 9 minutes left on the show. I think we can do it, folks. We're both runways operating. I really have got no eye on the chat, so don't think me rude if I've missed something that I should have responded to. So our Condor flight to Gran Canaria should be rolling now. Egypt Air have just cleared the runway. That TAP 320's got out from under my nose. Waiting for this to go. Looks like our tailwind 737 is about to go Dusseldorf to Stuttgart. Not much of a journey, and I think here's the fastest taxiing plane of the show. I'll pull away for this one as soon as our tailwind starts rolling. There we go, folks. I'm not sure that's a positioning flight. I don't figure it probably is, but I noted. Right, so if I can get back into the chat, what have we got left? 9%, so that's 50. I'm sorry if I've missed folks, so I'll go bottom up again very quickly. Doris, I can only speak highly of the experience here. It's brilliant and it's pretty concentric as well in terms of getting about. Very, very enjoyable. Con, please don't apologise. Children and all that. Now me and Mrs. Plane Sailing Aviation are doing grandparent daycare through the week. We're getting very reminded of well, A, how beautiful children are when they're asleep, but also the need to make sure that they're alright. So I missed the chat between Tim and Ken, so thank you Ken for fielding for me. I think the gist of it is where we go on our travels. Yeah, we do like to mix it up, so Edinburgh and Newcastle tend to be, Newcastle in particular, the home fixture, as it's only half an hour from where I live, but we quite enjoy Edinburgh for all kinds of reasons. It's just fantastic, it's as good as any. Okay, I've just scrolled up. Ooh, what can I hear? I swear I can hear some planes starting up. I review the chat anyway, folks, when I get back home. I quite like to be able to delve in and make sure I've not missed anything. So if I've missed you, it's kind of been it's not yeah, overwhelmed if you like by that. There's lots of things to look at and do as you expect on the stream. It's absolutely amazing. The other thing I would say, folks, and it's an each to their own thing, but if you ever go plane spotting in Schiphol, the train journey to Dusseldorf is quite good fun as well, and it brings two things into one place. I could have flown it actually, unsurprisingly that route is there, but of course a bit more expensive and I figure a bit less fun. People get this off final departure, you will Airport plane spotting, you'll get the spotter's guide up. It's a fantastic resource. I use it regularly for my various adventures. And there's, I think it's spot 2, car park 7. It's so easy to find, even for me. Heel off to this Eurowings 220 coming in from Malaga, and it's pretty good, I reckon. A bit of a compromise, a bit windy up here. Like I say, I wouldn't care to be on a properly windy day. I think it might just be a bit too windy from a sound point of view. If you're shooting stills, it's a different thing. Our Air Portugal 320 is it's going to be the last plane of the show. Quick one for the chart. Is there anything else that people can see that I should probably, if I can stretch 10 minutes, be stretching for? Because I'm marginal on juice, but clearly we don't want to leave any good action on the table. I mean, I'm looking here, I see a baby bus, A220 Wookie, Dusseldorf to Zurich, pinging at the minute on the deck. On finals, I see a Helvetic. Oh, Alexander, a chance to show off that squish emoji from Zurich. That'll be an Embraer, I'm thinking. Embraer 190 E2. Oh, I've got the E2. Behind that we have a plain white Condor, so we're probably not going to stick around for that. Who else is on their way in? Sun Express, Austrian. So it kind of looks like the Helvetic 190 might be a good one to finish off landing wise. The departure will take the 220 to Mahon, the A220 Airbus 220 to Mahon. It's about to start rolling shortly. Anyway, let's do the Helvetic. Embraer 190 E2, putting it in from Zurich. Sorry, it's a bit twitchier at the far side. The more you zoom, the more responsive it is to subtle movements, and of course when I'm abroad I tend to use my travel tripod, which is nowhere near as stable as the one that I use in the UK, although I have taken it. No, I didn't have it. The travel one goes with me on tour because essentially I don't have to check any luggage. It fits neatly. Portuguese tap airline tailpin starting to inch forward. Go on, pedal to the metal. I figured this might be the final plane of the show then. I haven't checked the time yet now, but German Wings is next arrival or next but one? Air Baltic next, is it? Oh, I've lost me. Don't worry folks, I am still here. Oop, what's going on here? Tablet has died. I'm just going to put some power into the tablet, like a doctor dishing out adrenaline. I want to close the show out properly. Just bought myself 11 minutes of camera time. Tell you what we do folks. Where are we? It's just gone 2 o'clock. close the show out, and I'll just run we'll pick up the next couple of arrivals with the battery that we've got, shall we? Oh, our Wookiee's moving. Because I know for a fact now I've only got 10 minutes left on the camera. I think there's another 2 or 3 arrivals in, so we'll take those. I should be okay plane wise. Just going to go long at the minute so I can see what is coming. It would be another Air Baltic from Mahan. Here we go. Hazy Fantasy, that's back again. We'll let that one go for the moment because taking a quick photo there for Mark's scrapbook because we watched the Helvetic pack away. Quick chance for me to see what's occurring in the chat. Down, I think, just trying to get the chat back. Believe it or believe it not. There we go. I've got the chat back. Claire, can I ask the question, which country is Air Baltic based in? I'd like to say it's Latvia and Riga, but that's intuitive because I know they do that route. If anybody really knows the definitive answer, that would be great to know. Is that German Wings plane? Which I can't quite remember where it was coming from. German Wings, yeah. Some kind of special livery on it, right? We'll have a proper look at it when it rolls in. Right, we're going to go for close the show, because otherwise I'll be doing it all back to front. Just bear with me. Not very good being framed by the sun. Let's try it this way. I do realise the planes are a lot more televisual than yours truly. Haven't quite got the perspective here. So, what a show and fantastic support, one and all. I'm going to say hats off from the beginning though. Moderators, Alexandra Wood, Alibi 58, Ken Alloway, Dopey Gorp I've seen in the chat. Dopey, I'm sorry I've missed your exit, my friend. Kind of been an exciting kind of day, really. Simon Kirby, I'm just going to work, actually I'll work backwards. So pinging for departure, Egypt Air to NA. Do you know what? Let's make that the final plane of the show, if we can do that. But if everything dies, you'll know that's what it is. I'll shut the stream down in an orderly fashion, but you'll just lose the lot. I do like that. Chocolate livery. Oh right, that's the chocolate we saw yesterday. Yesterday went by in a flash. Say no more. Right, Digit Jumbo. Thank you for. You're still with us, Digit? Because I noticed your car had gone. Digit, I just want to say a big thank you to you. A, for taking membership, but B, being one of our watchers that's with me at the airport. It's always great fun to. What the devil's that? Oh, sorry, somebody else's stuff's just blown over. I thought it was me. David Balfriman, real pleasure. Glad you enjoyed it. Michelle, glad you enjoyed it. Stanley, Andy P, any out of order, I'm all over the place. Reiner, it's an emoji, so real select. Reiner, we think we got him. I think when the next show's going to be, it could be a Newcastle one. It will be a Newcastle one, but we'll work that one out. So I just realised I'm not quite looking at the camera. Once we've got back to base and sorted things out, I've got to change my encoder on Monday, so that's going back to WEX. So I want to do a stream to do. Oh, hang on a minute. I'm going to take this. Let me just take a quick picture of this German wings when it does come through, just for posterity. You never know when you're going to be back here, do you? So, proper higgledy-piggledy from Mark. So, yeah, grateful thanks to all our moderators. Fantastic stuff. Everybody that has donated, taken membership, renewed membership, I'm going to go through my list very quickly if battery permits, but I will put a community post out. So, I always like to do it at the end, right? Is that... Right. Higgledy-piggledy Productions starring Mark. Oh, blinking heck. Tablet has died. So, before I say goodbye, I'm just going to quickly jump in from this end. Got my phone, mercifully. Plan B. YouTube. You think Plane Sailing Aviation will be a favourite of mine, wouldn't you? You'd hope. Well, I can see myself. Oh, don't want your feedback there. Right. Anyway, I think I'm up on the chat. Bez54, thank you so much for your support. Political bias. Ali, not said much to you today, Ali. I don't know how busy you've been in the chat. My eyes have been on everything. I feel like a chef in a kitchen with lots of pans on the go. Oh dear. Oh, Egypt Air. We did say we were going to get the Egypt Air. Is that is anybody able to tell me in the chat? Is that lined up, the Egypt Air? Alibi, yeah, no Logan Air. Don't worry, we will resume normal service. If somebody can let me know with Egypt Air if it is actually lined up, I'll just switch around the other side of the camera. In fact, I'll do that anyway, then we can respond. Because I'm kind of phone in one hand now. It's much more fun with the tablet. yeah, it looks like Egypt Air is moving. So I'll tell you what we'll do, folks. I've got 7 minutes on the camera. Anyone that's still there, I'm just going to keep it running and then close the show. But while we do that, just realised, and this is in no particular order, so Ken Alloway donated membership, thank you so much. David Palfreman, Ali became a member. In fact, my notes are all over the place because some of these are donated memberships. So Ken, David, thank you so much. Deborah Speller donated a membership. Ken, another membership. DB Bassman, super chat. Reiner, super chat. Michelle Johnson, a very generous super chat. And Ken, another super. I think if I've missed anything out, which I probably have, but I don't know. I'll just have to do it justice later. Is this an Air France arrival? I see. Just waiting for Egypt Air to roll, folks. Plane to the whistle. Oh, I better remember I need to be getting to the airport, haven't I? Keep forgetting I'm not at Newcastle. And not that it's quite the same. So 6 minutes on the cam. Is Egypt Air going to indulge us? Layla Bergman, just seen you in the summing up. My pleasure, Layla. Thank you so much for your support. I think we're going to be thwarted, aren't we, with Egypt Air? So that's me chuckling at the chat and trying to keep an eye on the horizon. In the meantime, we'll just give you this incoming. I'm guessing it's Eurowings. Yeah, Eurowings. Trying to get a sight on whether this Egypt Air is rolling. Doesn't seem to be, folks, so I thank you so much for your support and I really do look forward, if anyone's still there, next time out. Just watch out for community posts and we'll tell you what we're up to. Thanks, you've been awesome, one and all.